6.95, and calcium magnesium
to take up the bathymetry survey activities. So you can contact me in this ID. And this is a bathymetry survey board, how a traditional survey is done, and with the survey plus how you can able to interpolate and get a satellite bathymetry. I thank my co-authors, plus I am very much thankful to some of the faculties from IIT-Dharma and Dr. Manmeet Singh from USA, who has been instrumental in providing us some LIDAR data which can see through water, ISAT basically, and Kelly, director, for sharing some data, and director, Central Water Commission, for sharing some of the bathymetry survey data done by CWC for validation. Okay. So yeah, I'm not going to read all these things. Let us why bathymetry survey is needed and what CWPRS is doing. So this is one case study what CWPRS carried out in 2003, then 13, and 3 times we did it. This is a Kateri Lake, belongs to Ministry of Defense in Ooty, where the reservoir lost, CWPRS, based on the analysis, they predicted the reservoir is going to lose its life in another 10 years, and it happened based on the slope and soil practices. Then we did a bathymetry survey, we found the reservoir capacity is almost down. Then we carried out a dredging operation here. Then after dredging, the dredger was asking for some payment. So CWPRS has to assess the quantity dredged based on some RTK based GPS survey, which you can be able to see here. Because at that time the reservoir was not full, and remaining portions a survey was carried out, and the land portion we did an RTK survey, and finally we arrived at a volume which the contractor was paid. And then we made some 10 check dams so that the further sedimentation was not occurring. So this reservoir was restored back, which is a defense lake, so it was not published well, but it is, this activity happened in India. And we integrated the collectors, everybody, and then pumped the water plus sediment to a farmland, and the water came back and the sediment was taken back through the lorry loads, and which was used as an agricultural material. As Professor Dharma mentioning, it was a very, very fertile material. Yeah. So this is a traditional way of carrying out bathymetry survey. So CWPRS is having all sorts of technology here. Traditionally, we do with a single beam echo sounder. Sometimes if a sediment has to be assessed, if the reservoir don't have a original storage capacity, you have to go with a single beam with the dual frequency, where you see penetrate through the loose material. So that's an advantage. Then there is a technology called a sub-bottom profiler, which can able to give you layers of material, so that which can able to give you what is the volume of sediment to be removed can be identified. Then there are many others. There are software-based technologies. Today what I am going to talk to you is about one of the software technologies, but then in 1990 itself we have come out with, before the satellites emerged very well, with the hue compensation itself we could able to see through the water. The hue component of a image can be analyzed to get the profile. This we developed for discharge measurement, rather for the cross-section profile, then velocity, then for discharge measurement. Yeah. So yes, so no more the paper-based complaints of presently for NDSA form filling, people just fill in some values. That doesn't work. So we need to really be scientific. Okay, so what is this satellite-derived bathymetry? So taking the advancement of the space technology and the machine learning algorithms which have been evolved, artificial intelligence and machine learning, which has been evolving, and then which has been proven its validity in many areas. We understand that, and the space data is enormous. So if you can able to really work hard and then work with the subject knowledge, probably we can able to arrive at a good results. We will take you a case study which was a sponsored project by Government of India under National Hydrology Project, which I will be explaining you. Okay, so the satellite-derived bathymetry is nothing new. So it has been evolved in 1975 itself. The technology has been published in 1975 by papers published by many authors, but it could not be a usable product in the market because satellite technologies and computing powers were very low at that time. But then after 2015 or so, the European satellite agency started launching their satellites and then start giving multispectral data every 10 days, 10-meter resolution, free of cost. That made a big challenge. And then CPUs has become GPUs, which makes the number of iterations. I could able to run a program which converges in 8 hours has become 8 minutes. So that lead to the advancement and the usability of the technology. So there is nothing new in the technology. Yeah. So what are the data sets we have used in our project? basically Sentinel-2 plays the major role, but Sentinel-2 suffers the cloud coverage. So we have to go in for some of the Sentinel-1 radar images. We use Landsat, we use ZI, which is a laser, which is not publicly available, but then one of the co-author who is an US professor, who is part of the mission, and he could able to share the data, which will be very soon available for public. It is under validation. And then ISAT also basically developed for ice thickness measurement, but in India we have seen it has a crossover at Rihand Reservoir, and we had a survey data and we could able to cross. Yesterday the Japan speaker mentioned this, so we could able to get a centimeter level accuracy of the water level. Okay, yeah. So validation, CWPRs, fortunately I myself was part of, these are the some of the reservoirs which we bathymetry system, so Tenugad, Bakreshwar, Kadana. So all these data were available for us to train the data. And this Tenugad is the data what is used, what was actually offered to us by NHP under the knowledge product development. Yeah, next.
Balan, just 2 minutes.
Yeah. The water quality is a parameter which is going to be affecting parameter. If you see that image, that type of water quality issues, which can be overcome by Sentinel-3 now. So probably it will be very soon available for the public use, but we have started using it. Next. Next. So Sentinel-3 radiation, go ahead, which I have told, yes, this is available now, by which you can able to use water quality as one of the other input parameter for training the data. Next. So you can see the frequency components plays a major role. If you can able to see through a pixel or a smallest variation, so that is the speciality of the bands. You can able to see with multiple eyes with the very varying frequency, which sees each part of the water and then go to the deep. So yeah, next. So Lysenga stumps were done it very long back. We used multi-layer perceptron, neural networks, convolutional hybrid modeling, machine learning and DNN. Whereas from our studies we concluded hybrid and XGBoost algorithms performed very well. Next. Next. So see the accuracy level which was published in an IEEE journal as well. So this is a technology which I am not going to explain. Next, we will see the outputs. So these are the algorithms we trained with multiple, and this involves a lot of programming. We never used a commercial software. Our my co-authors programmed it in Python language, and then they are still working on it. Next. So we use one of the best algorithms, the transformer algorithm, which is used in one of the best machine learning algorithms has been used in our approach. ChatGPT uses the same. Next. And many of the parameters which are the we trained our network, and then it was lot of iterations, huge computation. Finally we could able to come to a conclusion. Yes. Yeah. So see the correlation measured versus predicted. Next. Okay, this is a case study. With this I will stop. Yes. Okay, you can see that. So we yeah, next. These are the data sets what you use. Next. Next. I'll show you how the data was used. So lot of data processing. Next. Next. So this is the okay, TK. This is an accuracy plot, but this is the laser plot what we have got from the ISAT. So where we could able to see up to 20 meters of depth what we measured and what the attenuation we got to validate our results. Next. Next. So this is how we trained our neural network. The satellite attenuations of multiple bands. This is a 13 band satellite input. So every band is given as a neuron inputs, and measured bathymetry is given as a target vector. So the machine learns with the huge amount of data. Next. Next. So this explains the steps. Probably you can go through, somebody is interested in research, you can go through the steps what we have followed. Even we have given the code also. Next. So then when we predicted, you can see, yeah, go back, one.
No, you come to the conclusion, because this is something which
nobody understands.
Yes, correct.
Thank you, sir. Next. And this is going to be the future. And you cannot go and survey the reservoir with a boat. It is going to take at least 1 month, because I surveyed many reservoirs. Indira Sagar we surveyed for about a year. So that is that rate. If you start surveying, you will never come to the conclusions. Next. Yeah. Okay. So what we see is, this technology really works. Believe it. If you are delaying it, somebody else is going to, some American Google company is going to come out with this product, and you are going to buy this as a toolkit with the crores of money. So start working on it. Let's develop it from an Indian side. Next. So these are some of our validations. Next. We have made a toolkit as well. So this has become a national product which CWPRS will launch soon, which is an app where you can able to give 20% of survey data, and I will give you the complete bathymetry. You go and validate and then tell me how accurate it is. Yeah, this is a toolkit which is anyway, this PPT is shared with you, and you can able to get the and when we started the byproducts of our research, we could able to start getting the velocities as well from the we started proving it. For the Q component we use the camera images. This is CWPRS Pulsar model where we could able to see the flow velocities by the pixel movements. So one more additional output. So this is an open channel where there are so much of reflections, trees, light. In spite of that, it could able to get you the velocity and discharge. So this technology, Paitankar sir has given us.
No, you invite people to show.
Yeah. So next. So go back one. So there is an event on 16th where this technology is to be separately presented. It's an online event. I mean, please register. I mean, not register, just join. Next. So the limitation is only the optical imagery as a sedimentation problem, which is going to be solved in the coming days with Sentinel-III, which is being made available free of cost. Next. Yeah, deep neural networks are required, which is an advanced technology. Yes, next. Conclusion. Next one is conclusion. So they don't want me to conclude. नहीं सर वो एक स्लाइड है आपको दिखाना है सर
फ्यूचर स्कोप आ गया कंक्लूजन नहीं आया
दबाते रहिए thank you, we have published it. Next, last one. So yesterday the inauguration, we have inaugurated certain softwares which we have done it already in front of our officers, where we can able to get all the, which has a chatbot as well. This system will listen to you and then it can able to give you all the outputs, which is a ready-made product which will be given free for all the states. CWPRS has been launching very soon. Thank you so much.
Just for the audience, this remote sensing technique is already being used in many states nowadays for assessing the storage capacity, loss of storage. Only thing is the message from your side, what I could get is that all the WRD departments have to become now multidisciplinary. And no, I am not. You are a research institute, but to understand and use modern technology, we have to now, because now we are going to go for large-scale modernization also, including the SCADAs and many other things. So for that, the entire WRD, including CWC, I am talking of my own organization also, we have to change ourselves. We have to now start recruiting other engineers as well as softwares and electronics people and all the instrumentation, because this is no more civil mechanical engineering system now. This is the message which I want to give to all the people. And this is the major reforms which has to be done in all the departments. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next session focuses on the standard operating procedure for a desilting of reservoir. And to present that, it is my pleasure to introduce Shri T.V. Suresh Kumar, currently working as Regional General Manager at the Dredging Corporation of India Limited. With over 30 years of extensive experience, he is a specialist in managing large-scale dredging projects, preparation of DPRs for reservoir desiltation, reclamation across major Indian ports and waterways, an award-winning professional and two-time recipient of the Employee of the Year. Shri Kumar brings deep technical expertise in dredging, desiltation, and geotechnical engineering to our discussion on dam and reservoir sustainability. So please join me in warmly welcoming Shri T.V. Suresh Kumar.
Thank you, madam.
to skip that one. Just skip the another. Thank you, sir, and respected. No, no. Next. Respected chairman and co-chairman, delegates from speakers and officials from the central government and state government. Once again, most welcome. Once again, most welcome, sir. Sir, I am from Dredging Corporation of India. Actually, we are completing 50 years of a total journey of Dredging Corporation by this year. And mostly we are in the dredging operations. It is nothing but desilting of water bodies. Mostly we are doing in the ports, major ports and across India, and also water bodies. But unfortunately, we are not doing in the reservoirs. Because, no, already chairman have already told us, and also central government and the state governments are coming forward, and they are formulating this standard operating procedures in where DCI, Dredging Corporation, is also one of the member in formulating the standard operating procedures. So, no, just before. So already we know what is desilting. Actually, I don't want to go what is desilting, what is the need for the desilting. Everybody knows, all are experts here. But I am just restricting my topic only what is the major technical and operational approach to take up any of the desilting of water body, not only ports, any rivers. So next. So before taking up any of the water body or reservoir particularly, we have to go for the studies and surveys, because to adopt a suitable desilting methodology and also pumping mechanism. These two are very important, because reservoirs are unique on its own terms and conditions. That means its local conditions, site conditions, soil conditions will vary. So we cannot compare with one reservoir to another reservoir. So that's why studies and studies for the surveys are very important. There are three types of surveys and studies. One is the bathymetric surveys and topographic surveys once the reservoir is empty, and the geotechnical studies and geophysical studies, that is for to assess the soil nature, soil parameters, which is very important to assess the type of the equipment and production details, and also cost and duration is also depends on that one, both under surveys and soil parameters, and environmental studies. This is also one of the very important at the time of pumping the material. It may be 500 meters in few meters to few kilometers. Your total duration, the project cost will depends on this one. And also social, that is we are not going into this one because we are not concerned about the social, because it comes from the state government, central government. So these studies normally has to be taken care of by the owner of the reservoir or dam owner or state governments or wherever the officials involved. So once these studies, once these studies and surveys are completed, you will come to know the total dredging quantity or what is the sedimented quantity. This sedimented quantity is also with respect to size of the particles. That is, it starts from gravel, sand, silt and clay. So because why we have to segregate it is because each is having different value. Right? If the gravel and sand, it has more value. Sand is also more value. Silt is I think it is least preference, but still it has its own value. So after estimating the quantities, based upon the soil parameters, geotechnical investigation, geophysical investigation, and the bathy and the topographic surveys, we have to estimate the cost. That is, everything has to be done by the department. So cost is also based upon the SOR and DSR. You can estimate the rates. You have to estimate the cost, you have to go for the cost estimate of each component or total sediment. And after that, you have to prepare a tender for extraction of the sediments from the reservoir. So before finalizing the tender or contractor, you have two methods normally in this scenario. One is the turnkey method, another one is the works contract method. Turnkey, everybody, I think, most of the civil engineers, so eminent people, it is not required to tell all the things. In the first method, it's a reservoir price has to be fixed. In the second one, it is the works contract, it will give in the lowest price. So what another technology, another problems comes into picture. So the material is sedimented, the sedimentation in the reservoir, it is in the course of the time. So most of the reservoirs as on today are untouched. So it may be compacted and consolidated. So blasting is not permitted, but there is some type of dredges, cutter section dredges we can use. So it is also useful to dredge the hard material. So that is why investigation is required. Geotechnical investigation is required. Based upon that, we will understand the strength of the soil. Based upon that, selection of the cutter section dredger and its power, and also production, and also estimate. So apart from this cutter section dredgers, sometimes we can use for the drag flow dredger because each dredger is having the limitations. Cutter section dredger is maximum up to, it can go up to 12 to 14 meters from the water surface. And another dredgers means drag flow dredgers and submergible pumps means high power dredge pumps that can go up to 50, 60 meters close to the dam structure. So another type of dredgers are also useful. Backhoe dredgers, wherever it is possible. It's a combination of the dredgers, how to complete the...
Try to finish.
Yeah. How to complete the total sediment, removal of the sediment from the reservoir. So apart from this one, there is environmental concerns. So because this is one of the major factor now everybody is discussing in the, because we are also part of this committee in the Jal Shakti. And because reservoir mainly caters for the drinking water supply. So that means environmental, we have to, studies we have to carry forward. Environmental impact assessment that we have to carry. And based upon that environmental management program we have to drawn out. And accordingly, we have to go for the mitigation measures. So based upon, this is the one of the projects that we have taken DCI, that is from the government of Rajasthan, RSMML, Rajasthan State Mines and Minerals Limited, Bisalpur River Reservoir. We have taken studies for this DPR we have prepared. We have not dredged it, desilting. Desiltation we have not done it. Actually, we have requested them for a nomination basis. They could not able to give it. They gone for the tender, but we have done the studies and also surveys, and we have prepared the DPR with our own team. It is a Bisalpur Reservoir in the Tong district. Majorly, we have studied the three rivers which are joining the reservoir, Banas, Dai, and Kari River. Next. So total the topographic survey we have done it, hydrographic survey, sub-bottom profiler survey, and geotechnical. Sub-bottom profiler, geotechnical, both together, we can optimize the investigation of the soil. Otherwise, it takes months together. But topography and hydrography can be completed within 1.5 months. The next, based upon this one, we have prepared the L section. We have calculated the sediment. That sediment, this is the site photography during the survey and also
Please come to the conclusion.
Next. So we have completed, so around 125 million cubic meters sand, we have estimated the Bisalpur Reservoir and given to the RSMML, but later based upon they gone for the floating the tender. And all these are the L sections. After that, means dikes are also, we have given tentative dikes. Selection of the pumping locations. Pumping locations also very important. It may be in few meters to kilometers. So it always gives the time and cost. It affects on the time and cost of the reservoir desiltation. These are the pumping locations, approximate pumping locations. It may not be 100%, but it will vary. These are the dikes. Dikes are also very subject to your reservoir capacity and also how to accumulate at the pumping locations.
Thank you. So only thing is, what we could gather that you do all the investigation and dredging also, but the dredging, I mean in reservoir, like I tell you, I think in rivers you are doing dredging where there is a lot of sand available, and for waterways you must be doing it. But the here main challenge is that you don't get the sand everywhere. So such volume of quantity of soil which comes and hits here, where will you take? That is the main challenging thing, which is.
Exactly, sir. In the reservoirs or in any pond, it is a soil means it is a matrix. It is a sand, silt and clay and gravel. We have to segregate it.
Oh, that is
So we have to segregate.
segregate, but if the quantity is very less,
That is why
sand and where to take that much soil is the most challenging thing. See, it has come from the square kilometer, lakhs of square kilometer, which has got accumulated here over a period of 30 years.
everything
So
that is the reason.
this is a very challenging job. That is where the research is required. That's what
That is the reason desilting is taken as the last resort for the
Yes.
sediment management of the reservoir,
Correct.
because it's a time and cost.
But this has to be now taken for future in a big way.
Yes.
That is what we are thinking also in our system.
Actually, as on today, we are not going scientifically in the reservoir desiltation like Europe countries what they are doing it. Now today, central and state governments, state governments are taking care of, and they are showing interest. They are coming forward to formulating the some
Anything?
procedures.
She possesses deep expertise in the design, analysis, and detailed engineering of large-scale hydro project components. Ms. Shashi Prasad has been instrumental in the preparation of detailed project reports and also focuses on the critical area of dam safety inspection. Her work involves assessing structural and hydraulic performance to ensure the long-term safety and compliance of our national water infrastructure. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Shashi Prasad.
Thank you all dignitaries present here, and a very warm good morning to all of you. I'm Shashi Prasad from NHPC, and I'm here to present a case study on TLD-III power station and restoration after Gulf-induced sedimentation. So this power station is a run-of-the-river project of installed capacity of 132 megawatts, generating 594 million unit of energy, and with a rated head of 21.34 meters. It is a barrage of 32-meter height, and overall length is 144.5, and having design flood 1040 cubics. On October 4, 2023, an unprecedented Gulf, that is glacial lake outburst flood, was occurred, and extremely large volume of sediment was deposited in upstream and downstream of power station, and power station was completely shut down. Later on, the value of Gulf was calculated, and it came out 6717 cubics, and the same has been approved by CWC. This is the aerial view of power station. On 4th October 2023, from South Lonak Lake, Glove came and a sudden discharge of 10,300 cumex. Extensive sediment deposition takes place and the riverbed level was increased by 8 to 10 meters in upstream and downstream of power station. And especially in TRC area, that is tail raise channel, riverbed was raised by 12 meters. Therefore, it result complete shutdown of power station from October 23 to January 24. After then, a survey was done, and it suggested to get original profile of river. We have to remove silt up to 6 kilometers from the barrage axis. But the silt volume was very huge, approx 92 lakh cubic, and its financial implication was also unreasonably high. These are the damages during the glove. This slide shows the comparative study of gross and live storage, how glove affect gross and live storage. Gross storage was reduced approximate to 82%. Initially it was 18.36 MCM, and after glove 3.35 MCM was available, and live storage was reduced by 64%. This is the river morphology in downstream area. Before glove, the downstream area riverbed level was around 182 meters, but just after glove, it raised to 194, and after some sediment restoration measures were taken, then it lowered to approximate 184 meters. This is the photographs, pre and post glove scenario. This is TRC channel. So to restore power generation, some restoration measures was adopted, strategies was adopted. The first one is to silt remove from intake and draft tube gate area. Second one is from TRC and downstream area. Third one is to protect flooding of power stations. So we have to create some protection wall. The fourth one is temporary divide wall on existing cellular wall, and the last one is updating the silt flushing guideline. So starting with the first measure, with the help of drag flow dredge pump, the heavy sediment deposition over 6 to 7 meter was present in draft tube gate groove area, and with this pump it was removed to access gate closure and access of shaft seal repairs. The next one is removal of sediment from TRC and downstream area. A river channel of 900 meter length, 90 meter width and 6 meter depth, average depth, was created in TRC area to channelize all the sediment. Initially some manual dredging with long reach excavator was done, and approximate 1.66 lakh meter cube of sediment was removed. After then, with the help of cutter suction pressure and long reach excavator, 4.8 lakh meter cube of sediment was removed. So the bed level in 900 meter was maintained at 182, 183 meters, which was pre-glove scenario. And all these measures were conducted in 6 months, that is November 24 to April 25. These are the photographs during restoration measures, and this is the specifications of cutter suction pressure. The next one is protection of power station from flooding. So before glove, TRC level was maintained at elevation 182, 183, and in flood condition it raised to 5 meters. So keeping this, if post-glove scenario, the level of TRC was approximate 194, 195. So after glove, if this condition arise in flood condition, then the water level rise up to 197 and 198, and the deck level of power station was 197. So to protect from flooding, a protection wall along the TRC. at the deck level of power station was constructed. The next one is the construction of divide wall in cellular wall. Due to post-glof, high flood condition increases the water level, and therefore there is a chance of sediment-laden flood water along with floating debris overtop the existing cellular wall. So in order to avoid it, a divide wall was constructed over the cellular wall, and it is also wetted after post-flushing observation that the sediment accumulation in the vicinity of cellular wall was around at elevation 193, which was the level of the temporary divide wall. And the last restoration measure was updating the silt flushing guideline. Prior to the GLOF event, only 4 flushing operations were conducted in monsoon season, but after GLOF, to facilitate the gradual removal of deposited sediment and the progressive restoration, 4 to 6 operations were enhanced. Generation improvement was also increased significantly. Gross set increased from 14 to 20 meters. Full capacity of single unit was achieved. And in October 2025, we have achieved 93 megawatt of generation. These are the generation improvements. 67.4 million units were achieved with financial implication of 37 crores. Some additional mitigation measure was also done, like early warning system and automatic water level recorders. The way forward of this scenario, NHPC proposes a no-cost dredging system, in which a contractor recovers the dredging cost through utilization or sale of the dredged material with no direct financial burden on the project owner. So we can conclude that GLOF severely affected TLD-III power station, and after taking some restoration measures, we have achieved to generate improved generation and revenues.
To the project, that is one of the thing, and people should learn from this. And the only thing is that we have to do a prediction of GLOF and take measures accordingly. And in fact, in Central Water Commission, we are already doing it, and we have to upscale that activity so that in future such type of phenomena should not occur. Whenever we see that there is likelihood, then we should, approach that lake and try to release the water so that this type of silt will not come. That is the only measure which we have to take in future.
Absolutely, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we'll move on to the next session. And our next session focuses on integrated watershed management for sediment management. Our next presenter is Shri Piyush Kumar, a Deputy Director at the Central Water Commission and a mechanical engineering alumnus of IIT Dhanbad. With over a decade of experience, he has served on prestigious international bodies, including the India-Nepal Joint Committee on Inundation and Flood Management. Shri Kumar is a specialist in hydrological and hydraulic modeling for major river basins and currently leads the monitoring of over 2,800 glacial lakes in the Indian Himalayan region using advanced cloud computing and satellite imagery. He is also a key contributor to the National Framework of Sediment Management, focusing on the holistic safety and longevity of our water resources. Please join me in welcoming Shri Piyush Kumar to the stage.
Respected Chair, Sri Yogesh Pathankar sir, Member WPNP Central Water Commission, respected co-chair, Sri Ajaz Hussain sir, Secretary Retired Water Resource Department, Government of Karnataka, respected seniors, colleagues and my dear friend. I am Piyush Kumar, Deputy Director in Central Water Commission. A very good morning to all of you. I am here to present on the topic Integrated Watershed Management for Sediment Management up to Sub-basin level. This paper is written by me and my director, sir, Piyush Kumar, and with the guidance of our Chief Engineer, Sri D.P. Mathuria, sir. So let's start the presentation. So this is a brief background of sediment management in rivers and reservoirs. Sediment is basically a socio-economic, environmental, geomorphological resource, and its changes in quantity and quality can have a significant impact in both rivers and reservoirs. Sediment is basically defined based on its particle size. It can be a coarse, medium, or fine. And sediment like sand, which has a huge economic value, can be used in construction works. There are various guidelines that is issued by Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change for sustainable sand management. And sedimentation in rivers can be viewed through the process of erosion and deposition. These processes are natural and occur in a river channel, basically in the upstream reaches where the slope is steep. There will be high velocity, so the shear stress will be high, and therefore the erosion will be high. And in the middle reaches or the lower reaches where the velocity is lower, your shear stress will be lower, your erosion will be lower, and basically that place where your deposition will take place. And another approach is the bed erosion. Bed erosion is usually happen where the river carrying capacity is more than the apply sediment. So that place, the erosion takes place, and where the supply of sediment is a higher value than the capacity of the river carrying sediment, then that place deposition takes place. So these are the natural phenomena that happens in the river. Other is the sedimentation in reservoir, which is actually very critical because it loses capacity, and its impact could have a safety on the dam, and its risk is in the downstream habitation also, because your reservoir is actually getting sedimented, and its capacity will be reducing over time. So the reasons for sedimentation in rivers and reservoirs, which is apart from the natural processes, these are the anthropogenic reasons like rapid urbanization, industrialization in floodplains, deforestation, agricultural intensification, unregulated resource extraction. And this could cause average global annual sediment storage loss in the reservoir in an amount of around 1%. And as we know that in the previous time, because India has a dam of about 67% dam is more than 25 years old, and about 4 to 5% dam is more than 100 years old. So we have to take a keen interest to understand the reasons for sedimentation in rivers and reservoirs. So what we are currently practices is the downstream focused interventions. What we are doing is the high capital expenditure for the downstream measures, which is economically unsustainable over the long horizons. And it could have the environmental impact because the dredging of the disposed material will create a problem in the ecology of the riverine also. And it is a temporary fix because the dredging is done in the downstream reaches while the upstream sources remain uncontrollable. And it also poses risk to the structures because if the dredging is very indiscriminate, and it could destabilize the structures like bridges, or in some cases bank or river embankments. So we have to keep it in mind. So what is the approach? Approach is the integrated sediment management. This could be done through systematic monitoring of sediment load at each sub-basin scale through proper monitoring and with interagency coordination. And then the prioritization of the erosion-prone sub-basin through which is contributing very high sediment loads through various modeling methods. Then design and implementation of targeted soil and water conservation measures such as afforestation, counterbunding, check dams, and slope stabilization. Then the allocation of the financial and the institutional resources will be optimum, and the benefit will be maximum to the downstream side. So CWC has carried out physical-based mathematical model study for sedimentation for 7 river basins, and this was done under NHP, 7 rivers, that is Ramganga, Barak, Narmada, Kaveri, Kuti, Dapuza, Pechi, and Mangalam. So in this project, the existing data were collected like water level data, discharge data, sediment data, rainfall data, satellite imageries for morphological analysis. All these data were collected. Then some sediment generation analysis, sediment transport analysis, morphological analysis, and all these were carried out through mathematical modeling, and the estimation of sediment yield were calculated. So I will discuss about Barak River Basin and its sub-basin. So first we understand what is Barak River Basin. It is actually a very high monsoonal rainfall basin, and with a very complex physiography, which has highly terrain areas in Manipur and alluvial plains in Assam. It basically flows 6 rivers in northeast, starting from Manipur. Catchment is coming from Nagaland, and it is going through Assam, Mizoram, Meghalaya.
Final conclusions of all the basins, what you have done, because this is will take a lot of time. If you start explaining.
So the sub-basin is actually divided into 8. So the basin is divided into 18 sub-basins, and based on its geomorphological characteristics. So this is the basic features of the Barak basin. Catchment area is around 47,000. Sub-basin I already talked about is 18. Its annual average rainfall is 2100 mm. Its annual sediment load at AP Ghat, Annapurna Ghat in the downstream is around 6.83 metric ton. So the methodology used in this sediment modeling is about the data collection and analysis to stabilize the baseline hydrology, and sediment transport using data of last few decades. Then sediment generation and transport were done through open LISAM modeling. One-dimensional sediment transport models were developed for the continuous river, main river system, and morphological studies were done through remote sensing technique. So this is the data, that is hydrological data from 1980 to 2020s. Satellite imageries I already talked about. Sediment observations were done, and rainfall records were done. So this one integrated data model approach were taken, in which open LISAM system, LISAM model were used for catchment runoff and sediment generation, which is the erosion process. And HECRAS 1D is used for one-dimensional hydrodynamic and sediment transport modeling. DELF 3D for 2D modeling for hydrodynamic and sediment transport at critical location. And one integrated data model platform were developed for data visualization and dissemination of model report. And one integrated sediment modeling of India model suite were developed for modeling software interactions. So this is the web portal that is developed for visualization of data and the model output. So coming to the result and discussion part, the basin is divided into 18 sub-basins, and specific sediment yield, that is SSY, in kg per square kilometer per annum were calculated, and the basin which has the highest specific sediment yield were ranked as 1, and accordingly in the descending order all these basins has been marked. So the result is that some critical reaches were identified in area like Tarapur, Ujjaingram, and Ujjaingram Sridharpur, where the active bank erosions, that is in the upstream side, and in the Fulertal AP Ghat, where the deposition takes place in the downstream reaches, and sub-basin in the right side you can see the higher contribution sub-basins were prioritized, and accordingly lower contribution sub-basins were also categorized. So what we propose is that we have proposed 4 steps.
Please finish.
We can, yes sir, just we actually propose 4 steps. First is the monitoring based adaptive management. So the monthly or annual sediment monitoring at sub-basin outlets by field measurements, satellite observations and satellite monitoring stations. Then long-term data collection that will facilitate informed decision making, and that will actually periodically refined through time. And the coordination among agencies, because these data cannot be collected by a single agency. So a different agency means coordination is required. So we can take coordination from Department of Land Resources, Department of Water Resources, Forest Department. So all these stakeholders can share data. Then step 3 is the prioritized catchment treatment, like afforestation and reforestation, counterbudding, terracing, check dam, and slope stabilization and gully plugging. And the benefit is that it reduces sediment inflow at the source in the upstream, while also improving the groundwater recharge. And step 4 is the reach-specific river interventions for erosions and depositional zones. In the erosional side, we can go for bioengineering, gabion structures or bank revetments. And in the depositional zones, we can limit and control dredging through model studies. This is the National Framework for Sediment Management was published in October 2022 by Honorable Minister of Jal Shakti. This framework actually outlined the dredging concept of rivers and dams.
Piyush, this
Sir.
can be seen when people don't explain.
Okay.
Because it's
So
already time now.
Just a minute. So in this only 2 things are kept for where the no clearance is required is for navigation purpose, and other is for upkeep maintenance of the dam. And for other part, some preconditions are required, like the scientific study should be done, and it should be done through EIA studies as well. Some clearance should be taken, and DPR should be prepared by the state authorities and approved by the TSE. So, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We now move into the next session, wherein we will explore on sustainable sediment management for reservoir operation and dam safety. It is a privilege to welcome Dr. Ajay Pradhan, the President.
Hi, good morning everyone. So this is I'm not going through the structured presentation. This is a policy paper on sediment management in reservoirs, barrages and other ways. This is regarding, how we manage. You saw the issues and problems and challenges, how the sedimentation is happening. The sedimentation is a very slow onset process. Quite often in India it's been overlooked, and this is where actual water security is a concern. As you know, the entire storage what we have in India, it's almost 260 billion plus cubic meter, and it's reducing as you saw the data. Therefore, we are not creating additional storage reservoirs. So mostly it's a run-of-the-mill projects which are happening in India, unless we need to really look at that. The second aspect is, as you see that my friend Chairman Yogesh Patengar was mentioning about, sedimentation, a lot of reservoirs are losing. In 50s and 80s, we have constructed almost major reservoirs I'm talking. And there you saw Tungamabhadra, which is lost almost like a 25-30%. I come from Odisha in a Hirakud Dam, which was constructed in 1957. It reduced live storage almost 25-26%, and gross storage reduced almost 60%. What it means? It means that your flood cushion is also reduced. The Hirakud Dam, which was designed for the 15 lakh cusecs or maybe 42,470 cubic, as a design plot, it has suited in many times 21-23 lakh cusecs. Therefore, I think central in DRIP 2 or 3, and they have planned to really extend and create an additional spillway to allow additional maybe from 15 lakhs to 24 million lakhs cusecs of water to discharge to ensure that the safety is there. That's the aspect of the hydrology and the flow conditions of dam safety. Now, what it means actually, when you look at, we need to really look at various aspects of how to do desilting. We are in India working on the reactive mode. It's not actually, as a process which we mean that it should be built into that system. We never had a sediment data, so we took estimations and built our dams and all. Now the time has come, we need to monitor and measure sediment yield. What Pius mentioned is actually right direction we need to do. When I did my PhD in Brahmaputra River on sediment management, I was trying to really calibrate some data through the helical flows and how much sediment and scouring happening. I couldn't get it, so we had to estimate. Now what happened actually when sediment happened? See, you saw the globes happen in many parts, you see the, Dharali and also Tapovan, you saw the Sikkim and all. The sediment, when dam breaches or globe happens, the impact of sediment which carries out, it is much more than what, dam break usually do the downstream. Therefore, what I am trying to talk about, you have understood how to desilt, it's a risky process, expensive and all those things. But there are many ways, technologies there. You need to really model it. When your sedimentation happen, your gross storage, dead storage increases, gross storage reduces. The impact also upstream also you see there will be indentation happening. Downstream, of course, different issues in the flood management. So what to do actually? We need to really bring those policies into our 2020 Dam Act of 2021. Number one, we have to institutionalize sediment management as part of our operation curve. Aligning actually our safety, operation and governance into single frame. Now, the most important challenging and controversial is how to manage sediment. We have been a problem, river sand stealing and other things. We have to understand commercial use of the sediment and also the safety aspect for the sediment. How we need to do that? One is the sediment management to ensure that dam is foolproof, safety, flood management and other aspects. The second aspect is the commercial utilization. That need to be embedded into our Act, 2021 Act. So governance issues we have to, extending the life of reservoirs should be issue. We have to see also the sediment is institutionalized in our Act. Unless we do that, those things actually, we need to really fail. Because this is a very sensitive issue, sediment, desilting, where you want to go to dump, what is the value of the those sediment, the silt, whether they will be utilizable, whether there is a sand content higher, can be building material. So all aspects you have to do. One is the environmental concerns aspect by the activists, the other aspect is actual commercialization. You need to bring that into the regulation. Unless we bring that, we will be talking about that. I have been talking 2-3 dams in Tamil Nadu to desilt because they have lost almost 60% of their life storage. Just small dams actually. So they can't do any hydropower productions. So these are also issues in the run of the mill. So what you saw that NHPC, can you just increase your intake height for the dam or the barrages in the things? You can't do it. It's so difficult, so expensive. 160 or some other crores is required actually. This is the story. Old dams, let's look at the old dam safety, their governance and then operation is a prime importance for us, and I think I would request Yogeshji to really put that into regulation when you ever go for new amendments to the Act. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pradhanji. And you have very well put this point about the sedimentation, how it should be made as a part of our practice and operation of the reservoirs. And now we'll take a few questions, and then the conclusion part will be taken up by our co-chair, Mr. Ejaz.
Okay, yes, please.
Yeah, okay. So I think that's a fantastic question. What we have seen that, I'll give you an example of Hirakud Dam, where the dead storage has already reduced 60% over. And the flood cushions, which is the live storage, which is reduced by 27%. That's one. Yeah, I'm just coming. No, I'm just coming there. So what you require when you assume that when there is a PMF coming, you don't know. My question is here to really look at drawdown level and distribute the sediment in that. That is not happen. What we do, we follow the rule curve. The rule curve says that your dam level or drawdown level should not go below that. I'm talking that we bring down the drawdown level to level so that when there is extreme flood is coming, so you would be able to accommodate that. And that's where you can manage this situation. Otherwise, you can't do it. Thank you.
Any other question? Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, that is a major problem. Yeah. Sir, desiltation is process is same for all the water bodies. That's why I mentioned water bodies. So, and based upon first we have to require the studies because your study is required. Surveys and so what is the soil accumulated over a period of time. Based upon that, we have to select the equipment. All the equipments cannot suitable for all the reservoirs. Sometimes indigenous type of function we have to take it up. And that to where the dredging material first we have to assess it is a means usable or it is a some not usable, and also some poisonous gases maybe. Material is there, everything that you have to do. And no, sir, we are not already. We are not doing.
No, no.
He has mentioned
I understood.
type of surveys already.
See,
But we are not doing it.
Dredging Corporation is a
We are not
commercial
doing
organization. If the Bangalore city, I mean the urban department here approaches them and give them the money, they will do.
For example,
Anyone
actually-
else?
No, no. Actually, already we came across with the Delhi municipality. They given us to survey all these things for the desiltation. That is some rivers are there. Actually, initially, maybe 100 years before, it may be a rivers or natural canals. Nowadays, it is a sewers. We cannot do. It is just like a sewers now. So it comes under not dredging or desilting, it comes under the municipality work.
Sir,
Yeah, please.
sir, from Dredging Corporation, I would like to know the costing per MCM for dredging and one dredger, how much it could dredge in a specified period.
Sir, it is actually, I will like give the example. Somebody from the CPWD, PWD came towards us. Sir, we have some standardized rates for all the civil engineering, everything, the companies. Why can't we dredge it? Already I told, dredging is a unique type. It depends.
That I understand. I
because-
want to know
because no.
a broad, I want to take a broad idea. How much for per MCM?
Sorry, MCM for cut. No. It varies from 200 cubic rupees per cubic meter to up to 1,000 plus.
Okay.
It depends
So-
upon type
so-
of equipment and
So
distance.
in this regard, I further want to say, yesterday, Secretary Maharashtra was telling that he has around 1,000 crore for maintenance R&M. So as per your rate, it comes out to around 60 crore per MCM. It will come. So if you have 1,000 crore available for R&M, you can dredge only around 15-20 MCM.
Million.
Will that affect?
Exact.
Will that affect
No.
a state like Maharashtra if you increase around 15 MCM by dredging? We all are water resources engineer and we have reduced MCM as our dam storage because we all are using 100 MCM dam and it get filled in monsoon and vanish in non-monsoon period. But for 1 MCM of sediment, you have to, it will be around 2 lakh trucks of load.
Yes.
If you construct a road by that material, it will be around 200 kilometer road of single pavement. So using this material by these means or dredging in the reservoir, I think it is beyond our imagination.
I just add one minute. There are two lakes recently called Yogeshji, Ular Lake and then one going in Manipur is called Lamphel Pet. Both are, one is funded by New Development Bank, the other one is Government of India. The cost could be different as you mentioned, cubic meter could be 200 to even 2000, depending upon where you are throwing that. You might require a sand booster pump to really pump it to 3 kilometer, 4 kilometer, that's one. The other aspect is, I'm a private sector guy. You give me your dam, I'll understand what is the material inside that. I'll do it actually for you, right? I'll sell this material provided you give me, allow me based on your all aspects and all.
Sir, I think Ms. Shashi has already mentioned that they are already selling it, right? They are like it's a fly ash issue. Our members are at, yes, we can share the PPT if someone is needed. I think member sir has also said that fly ash component also we are resolving it like that.
That we'll discuss separately, but we have to do a lot of research work. That's what I said, how that material can be utilized. Like one of the things they mentioned about fertilizer, where we can put, I understand the volume of sediment. No. Anyway, that everybody knows, but we have to.
Okay, let's conclude. Actually, next session is about to begin. So just we are going to have some memento presentation. Just we would like to request. You want to say something, sir? Okay. Ajaz sir, want to have 2 minutes. Excuse me, please, sir.
We are coming to end of this session. Just to conclude, just a recap of what presentations we had in 2 minutes, and then we will have the closure of this one. We had 6 total presentations here. The first presenter, Mr. Mareddy from Water and Land Management Institute, gave us the important use of the silt in the agriculture field, and he has given how some of the experiments gave the results that is going to definitely improve the agriculture output. So that way, as chair has mentioned in the concluding remarks of his presentation, that we must expand our research in that field. So that this is one takeaway from the presentation that which we had in the beginning. The second presentation was from Dr. Selva Balan from CWRS Pune, and he has given us one important aspect of a case study wherein the Katari Lake in Ooty was subjected to a bathymetric survey, and based on that, what the different technologies are available for sedimentation analysis, he has very nicely explained, and he has also mentioned as to what are the modern techniques that which we can use, and Jaladrishti, that is the mobile app which is now enrolled yesterday, that has to be put in use by all of us. That is the takeaway from the second presenter. The third presentation was from Mr. Suresh Kumar, the Dredging Corporation of India, and I could find a lot of questions on him. So that way he has a very important role to play in this sedimentation management. So I think Dredging Corporation will be looked after by the states in the coming days to give us the solution for this sedimentation. That is one thing that which I could see, and he has given a very good case study of this Birslapur Dam in Rajasthan. So that Bislapur Dam in Rajasthan, that is the thing that which we can take into other reservoirs. The fourth presentation was from Mr. Anil Kumar Jha from NHPC. In fact, that I could see in the presentation, but it was presented by Ms. Shashi Prasad from NHPC. It is good to see how this the global lake outburst flood caused the damage, glacial lake outburst flood caused the damage to the Tista Dam. There, the hydropower generating dam, and subsequently the restoration was very excellent to be observed. Within a very short period of time, NHPC could restore it, and then subsequently the emergency action plan is one which is required for all the dams. And this sedimentation also can be a part of dam safety is what we can conclude, or we can take the decision from this fourth presentation. The fifth presentation was from Mr. Piyush Kumar, Deputy Director from CWC. He has given the importance of the sand as a sediment. And as we were discussing with Chair also, we have to see sedimentation in the angle of economics, how economically it is viable to have the removal of sedimentation. So that way, this presentation went into a detail of how the sedimentation gets sedimentation is affecting the dams, and he has also mentioned the integrated solution for this management of sedimentation, and he has also ultimately shown us the national framework for sedimentation management. I think states should go into this framework and have their own policies for removal of sedimentation. The last presentation, though I should not say it as a presentation, it was his speech that he made in a quick time and within the short span of time. In fact, he was under the reserve. Chair said, no, we should have this presentation. So therefore, we went through that presentation, and it is really happy to see the outcome or the key takeaways from his presentation is that the sedimentation is a silent threat to the dam safety. Though it is giving us in the other way, ultimately what he has suggested, some short-term, medium-term and long-term measures. So all those measures should definitely take us to a point where we have the policy recommendation and sedimentation can be a part of our operation and maintenance of the reservoirs. With these few comments on these things, I will conclude myself. Thank you.
Now we come to a special moment of appreciation. To present the memento, I invite Aijaz Hussain, Engineer-in-Chief, Secretary Retired, Water Resources Department, Government of Karnataka, to please come onto the stage and do the honor to Shri Yogesh Paithankar, Member WPNP, Central Water Commission, Government of India. Thank you so much, sir. I request Shri Yogesh Paithankar to be onto the stage. And also, to give away the memento, I request Shri Yogesh Paithankar to honor Shri Aijaz Hussain with memento. Thank you so much, sir. I request Shri Yogesh Paithankar to please be on the stage. Yes, I request Dr. Girish and Maradi to please come onto the stage and we do the honor. I now invite Dr. M. Selvabalan to kindly come forward and receive the memento as a token of our sincere appreciation. Thank you, sir. The next, Shri T.B. Suresh Kumar, to kindly come forward and receive the memento. The next, Mish Shashi Prasad, to please come onto the stage to receive the memento. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for doing the honor. The next, I invite Shri Aijaz Hussain to please come onto the stage to present the memento to our delegates. receive the memento, I invite Dr. Ajay Kumar Pradhan. Give a huge round of applause.
I can see that the co-chair has read all the papers and done the research. Thank you, sir.
Sir, please, sir. The next, I would like to invite Shri Sudipto Mondal, Director DNRC CWC, to please come onto the stage to receive the memento. Give a big hand. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, everyone. So now we will have a... All right, okay, sorry. So I now invite Shri Piyush Kumar. Give a big hand. All right, so now we will have a short 15 minutes tea break, and then we will assemble it again here at the same place. Thank you so much. highly distinguished professional. Our chair for this session is Dr. Sandeep Singhal, Managing Director, UJVN Limited. Dr. Singhal brings nearly 38 years of rich experience in hydropower development across India and Bhutan. He has led several landmark national projects including the Vyasi, Lakhwar and Kishau multi-purpose projects, contributing significantly to the country's energy and water resource landscape. Under his leadership, forward-looking initiatives in pump storage, battery storage, green hydrogen, and geothermal energy are shaping the next chapter of sustainable power development. A civil engineer by training with strong expertise in finance and power management, Dr. Singhal is also the co-chairman of the ASSOCHAM National Council on Hydropower and a recipient of multiple national awards for leadership and dam safety. So, sir, we are truly honored to have you chair this session, and we are equally privileged to welcome our co-chair, Mr. Paul O'Connor, Chairperson of Dam Safety NSW Australia. Mr. O'Connor serves as the Independent Dam Safety Regulator, reporting to the Minister for Water, and is currently in his second term. His distinguished career spans governance, risk management, insurance, and public safety across global platforms. He is a research fellow at Swinburne University and also served as a visiting fellow at the Australian National University. With extensive executive leadership experience, including multiple appointments as CEO of large social insurance schemes, he brings deep insight into regulatory frameworks and risk-based governance. Sir, it is a privilege to have your international perspective to enrich this coming session. So, ladies and gentlemen, not only that, we also feature 6 insightful presentations that will deepen our understanding of risk-informed decision-making in dam safety. So let us now invite Dr. Sandeep Singhal, Managing Director, UJVN Limited. So it is my privilege to welcome you onto the stage, Dr. Sandeep Singhal.
Distinguished speakers and dignitaries present in the dais and off the dais. Very good afternoon to all of you. So we'll be hearing very insightful presentation on risk-informed decision-making for safe dams. As we all know, while planning and implementing a dam project, there are various risks associated, and the risk assessment, its analysis, its impact is to be studied to work out the various mitigation measures which will be having cost implications. So the risk may be critical and where the cost may not be the criteria, but all our decisions have an impact on cost. So the impact of each risk and the associated frequency and probability of that risk and its magnitude has to be studied very closely. I'm very excited to hear the presentations of the domain experts present here, and I'm pretty sure that we will have some good takeaways from this session. I will also, like all of you, to raise questions or queries wherever you feel are necessary. With this opening remark, I welcome you all once again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So the first presentation is on topic Smart Risk-Informed Decision for Safe and Resilient Dams, for which I would like to invite Shri Hetal Parmar, Head of Asset Management and Planning, Australia. He is a senior infrastructure and dam safety leader with extensive experience in asset management, risk-informed decision-making, and public safety governance. He currently leads large portfolio in New South Wales, Australia, with strong focus on whole-of-life safety, resilience, and collaboration between dam owners and regulators. Shri Hetal Parmar is actively involved in advancing risk-based dam safety practices and has contributed to capacity building across the sector through engagement with regulators, industry, and academia, including his association with ICED at IIT Roorkee. So please join me in warmly welcoming Shri Hetal Parmar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all the respected panel members and delegates. It's my privilege to be here today. Yesterday, my Australian colleague sets a high bar with his opening, and while in RCB hometown, I promise I won't try to beat that. Instead, I'll go straight to my topic. Dams are built to last for a century, but communities, climate, and expectations can change every decade or even more frequently. The gap between the long-lived assets and the rapidly changing condition, it's where dam safety risk truly sits. I'll share how risk-informed whole-of-life thinking helps owners and government make decisions that make safe, defensible, and trusted decisions over time. In the interest of the time, I'll stay at a high level and focus on decisions this approach enables. I'm very happy to continue to have any further detailed discussion after this session, or even after, even outside this event, outside this forum. I'll draw upon my Australian experiences, but the principles are universal. Many dams around the world were built 50, 80, or even 100 years ago. They were designed for climate standards and downstream context of their time. Since then, three things have changed dramatically, which many speakers spoke yesterday about as well. First one is the downstream consequences. Not only the population, but the infrastructure downstream changed as well. Intensity of the climate variability and public budget that is constantly under pressure with infinite government priorities. The problem is not dams are old. The real challenge is understanding where risk is highest and where action is most urgent. And that is exactly what risk-informed approach provides. In Australia, dam safety is built on risk-based framework. It shifts the question from do we meet standard or is it a risk understood and is it tolerable? The ENCOL societal risk plot that you see it on the left-hand side is central to that thinking. This makes risk visible, create a common language for owners, regulators, and decision makers. It is important to note that while ENCOL provides a national reference framework, individual jurisdictions may apply it slightly differently. For example, New South Wales, which we briefly heard from Paul yesterday, there is also a very clear accountability model. The regulator sets expectations, the owner owns the risk and owns the decision. And that clarity strengthens both accountability and safety outcomes. Dam safety is not a 5-year review cycle. It is a life cycle. Every design decision shapes safety for generations. Construction quality determines whether intent becomes reality. And once in operation, the dam tells us how it behaves through monitoring, floods, droughts, and time. The diagram shows the dam safety as a continuous risk loop. It's not a linear process. We identify risk, we evaluate it, we apply control, and then we monitor performance. As conditions change, for example, climate, catchment, downstream exposure, we reassess and readjust. Emergency, just one point I want to highlight here is that the emergency management is not a fallback. It is a core risk control, especially while long-term solutions are being developed. Across the life cycle, the objective is very simple: continuously understand risk and continuously improve control. The diagram here is a slide from the ISO 31000 standards, shows the essence of the risk-informed approach. We move from identifying how a dam could fail to understanding likelihood and consequences, and then to deciding what actions matter most. The key point is not that this is not about the producing just a number, but it is about producing risk management plan, one that sets interim control actions that we take today, and those actions include undertaking detailed studies and investigations that to inform our risk assessments as well. And then the long-term controls, and that could be your structural or system upgrade where needed. So risk is not just the end product, decisions are, and those decisions are being informed by the risk. As we all know, dam owner has, no owner has unlimited funding. No regulator has unlimited oversight capacity. The key question is not what should we do, but what should we do first? As a risk-based approach allows very different dams, different ages, different types, hazards, and downstream consequences to be compared on a consistent basis. And that consistency is powerful. It creates transparency around why some dams move to the top of the list and why others still wait safely. It also supports smarter sequencing of the work. Interim controls can be applied where risk is high, while more complex, longer-term solutions are planned and delivered. This is how limited resources deliver maximum life safety benefit: highest risk first, greatest consequences reduction first, and a defensible rationale for every investment decisions. Just moving on to the investment decisions, the risk reduction is not always about concrete or soil. Capital upgrades are sometimes essential, but they are not the only tool. Targeted investigations reduce uncertainty, operational changes lower exposure, enhanced monitoring provides early warning, and emergency planning saves lives. The couple of figures that you can see on this slide shows better information alone can significantly reduce estimated risk. In several cases, just by doing the detailed investigations and studies, we were able to reduce the uncertainty, and that lowered the risk estimate by an order or a couple of orders of magnitude. And that prevented unnecessary capital upgrades and allowed investment to be targeted where it mattered most. The figure on the extreme left shows that the cumulative risk reduction offered by a various combination of the risk control. And then you can just look at your intermediate risk control and the long-term risk control and see how different combination of the risk control can provide a risk benefit before you make the decision. So reducing uncertainty can be just as powerful as reducing risk. Risk-informed thinking drives creativity. You can match the solution to the risk, the urgency, and the resources available. I think up to now, I have talked about analysis and frameworks. Yeah, I'm on to my last couple of slides. So before I conclude, so it will be another couple of minutes. So up to now, I have talked about analysis and frameworks, but technical analysis alone does not deliver safety. Governance does. Independent expert review challenges assumptions, brings specialist insights, and that external perspective is invaluable. Having your board and the executive visibility and the government visibility keep dam safety a strategic risk. Clear design frameworks create accountability. Who decided on what basis and with what understanding of risk, and that transparency builds trust with regulators and with our downstream communities as well. And this combination turns good analysis into safety outcome. So what's in it for India? So I think we have heard many times yesterday that India manages one of the largest and most diverse dam portfolio. That skills makes prioritizing essential. A risk-based approach directs resources to where consequences are highest and where safety benefits are greatest. From my experience working with the mature dam owners, there is one consistent investment thinking. They do not commit significant capital remediation or major upgrades until a comprehensive quantitative risk assessment has been completed. And that assessment explicitly addresses failure modes, consequences, and most importantly, uncertainties. So before very large capital funding is committed, there is value in establishing minimum fit for purpose risk assessment for making the investments. And I think that might be one of the aspect from the Indian challenges point of view you might want to think about, that based on what level of risk assessment you make the investment decisions. And that ensures major investment are driven by understood risk, not just by asset age, condition, or pressure to act. In simple terms, risk-based thinking helps focus effort and funding where it matters most first. And in conclusion, risk-informed whole-of-life thinking is not just a method, it is a mindset. Climate will change, communities will change downstream, expectations will rise from the government and the regulator. Safety depends on continually understanding risk and continually improving how it is managed. And a clear risk-based approach does not just justify design, it preserves the safety outcomes over time. So thank you for having me, and thank you for listening to me.
Demonstration of a risk screening tool and simplified dam break analysis and hazard assessment tool. To deliver this important session, we have with us Shri Rishabh Vijay Vairagya, Deputy Director, National Dam Safety Authority, a civil engineering graduate from NIT Jalandhar. Shri Rishabh has been working in the water sector since 2020 across major river basins and with the National Dam Safety Authority. He has served in the Barak Basin in Assam, contributed to hydrometeorology and PMKSY initiatives, and supported compliance with the Dam Safety Act through coordination with SDSOs. Currently on deputation to the Disaster and Resilience Wing of NDSA, he is leading EAP operationalization, CAP Sachet integration, dam risk frameworks, and state capacity building initiatives. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Shri Rishabh Vijay Vairagya for his presentation. So can we give a huge round of applause?
Thank you for such a wonderful introduction, and the previous presentation by Shri Hetal Parmar was also very insightful. Very warm good afternoon to the dignitaries present here. My name is Rishabh Vijayvargiya. I'm Deputy Director from National Dam Safety Authority. And today I'm going to present regarding risk-informed dam safety management by NDSA. This is the first half of the presentation, and second half of the presentation will be continued by Shri Murgesh Prabhu from Center for Development of Advanced Computing. First, the most important question arises. Is risk assessment optional? Under Section 35(2) of the Dam Safety Act 2021, it is not. Risk assessment of specified dam is a statutory obligation that is to be done within the prescribed timeline of 5 years for existing specified dams. Risk assessment is to be carried out in 3 tiers. Tier 1 is the starting point, a rapid screening stage that helps us identify the priority of the dam for further assessment is to be done. Once we move to Tier 2 and Tier 3, potential failure modes are identified, and the modes are classified into different categories from Class A to Class D. For Class C, semi-quantitative risk assessment is to be done, and for Class B, quantitative risk assessment is required. At present, there are 6,600 approximately operational dams in the country. If we were to conduct detailed risk assessment for each of these dams at once, it would be truly a Herculean task demanding enormous time, technical effort, and resources. So the question becomes, how do we begin? The answer lies in initial screening. To accomplish this task of initial risk screening in a systematic and uniform manner, NDSA has developed a web-based application, the Rapid Risk Screening of Specified Dam, or RRSSD portal. For rapid risk screening, we calculate a risk index that is a product of fragility index and potential impact. Each of these indexes ranges from 0 to 500, with 0 being the low value and 500 being the higher value. The product of these two indexes gives us a risk index which ranges from 0 to 2.5 lakh, with 0 being the low risk and 2.5 lakh being the high risk. Fragility index has the components of technical characteristics, and we can see here the maximum scores that we have of each the component. Technical characteristics, existing conditions and safety plans are under fragility index. Population risk, environmental impacts, and socioeconomic impacts comes under the potential impact. The tool follows a qualitative approach. Instead of calculating exact probabilities or quantified consequences, it uses proxies, simplified indicators that represent fragility and impacts in a structured manner. The key principle is relative indexation. The scores do not represent absolute risk values. They indicate comparative positioning among dams. This can easily be understood with an example of 2 bottles. Imagine 2 bottles filled with water. The first bottle is filled up to a certain level. Based on structural validation, we may assign it an index of 30. Now consider a second bottle filled up to a slightly higher level, which is somewhat different from that also. Through comparative evaluation, it may be assigned a score of 40. The scores do not represent exact water that they have. They simply indicate that one is relatively fuller than the other. Now this is the landing page of our RRSSD, Rapid Risk Screening of Specified Dams portal. And here we have considered an example of rapid risk screening of Mucha-Khandi Dam of Karnataka, for which the risk index comes out to be 9464.2. These are the factors considered under technical characteristics, that are age, inflow design, flood, seismic design, etc. These are the parameters under existing conditions, that are seismic resistance, available flow discharge capacity, backup power, and concrete gravity, spillway structure, etc. These are the safety plans availability, for example, design documentation, O&M manual, emergency action plan, dam safety reports, that should be there. These are the potential impact summary, which includes population at risk, PAR, environmental inputs, and socioeconomic inputs. This is a graphical representation of all the indexes. And this is the current status of RRSSD of the country. we have almost initiated approximately 6,500 existing specified dams. And as our chairman NDSA told in his presentation yesterday, that the exercise would be completed within this May. Yes. Here we can see the output of the rapid risk screening of specified dams of India. In the first heat map, FI scores and PI scores are plotted. The dot represents each simplified dams. We can also zone the dams on low, moderate, and high risk. On the basis of predefined zone, we can see here clusters of dams falling under low risk. Second plot is the ranking of dams on the basis of score. This ranking can also be done at SDSO level or dam owner level for further prioritization of next levels, next years. I would also like to convey that NDSA has also prepared an I Got Karam Yogi course on RRSSD through which the users can learn how to access the portal and screen their dams. Now in this slide, we can see that the major component of potential impact is population at risk, that is 375. It almost covers the 75% of the population impact index. And PAR is estimated by identifying the population falling within the inundation area generated due to dam breach. For this, dam break analysis is mandatory. Considering the national scale, a simplified dam break analysis approach is essential. For this, NDSA in memorandum of agreement with CDAC is executing simplified dam break analysis, for which the key deliverables are broad population at risk and inundation maps. In further development, NDSA and CDAC has jointly developing another web-based portal to be known as Rashtriya Bandh Suraksha Darpan Portal, RBSD portal, which will enable the dam owners to generate and visualize inundation maps based on their own inputs. Having outlined the framework and rationale, I now hand over the podium to Sri Murgesh Prabhu from CDAC to present the methodology and key outcome of this initiative. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. So the next speaker we have with us, Sri Murgesh Prabhu, Senior Project Engineer, CDAC. He has 16 plus years of experience in remote sensing and GIS, and he has been working on national R&D and operational programs. He is B in Electronics and Communication from Periyar University and PG Diploma in Geoinformatics from Advanced Computing Training School. He is associated with Center for Development of Advanced Computing since 2009, contributing to mission critical geospatial systems. He specializes in microwave remote sensing, SDSS, for disaster management, flood modeling on HPC, GLOF, early warning, and close range photogrammetry. He is presently associated with the National Supercomputing Mission. He has published 12 plus papers and 2 book chapters, frequent speaker and trainer for GIS and defense communities. He is a life member of major professional bodies, including the Indian Society of Geoinformatics, India Meteorological Society, and Indian Society of Remote Sensing. So please join me in welcoming him onto the stage.
So I'll request you to complete your presentation in 6 minutes.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you so much for the introduction, and also thank you to my partner Rishabh for giving an introduction to this thing. So basically, I'm here to just give you a brief about what that CDAC is doing under this and why. So primarily, let me just straight away come to this. So this is the structure of the presentation, but I want to spend a couple of seconds on the figure on the right side. So basically, the work that CDAC is executing is basically a marriage of 3 things. One is the model, that is going to do the simplified dam break assessment in 2D. And the second one is the use of supercomputing power, which is going to speed up your process to complete all the dams in India and elsewhere if required. And the third one is to create a simple, easy to use graphical user interface where the users who do not have modeling experience can also do the model and then update the values as and when required. So that is basically about this. So the mandate given by NDSA is basically to complete the rapid risk assessment for all the dams, roughly around 6,650. So we are already halfway mark, 3,755 has been completed. So we are doing it basin wise because a model setup for a basin wise is very simple. So we are doing it that way. And as I said, the deliverable is basically a software tool which is customized for dam break simulation, a simplified one with limited parameters, but it's automated. So the minute you select a dam, everything end to end from the simulation to the output generation is automated. All the results would be coming to the screen and the user can take decisions based on that. Okay. So this is the methodology. I won't go into the details because the methodology would take about 20 minutes for a fair understanding of what is going on. But to keep it simple, the requirement of NDSA was this. If a person who doesn't have a modeling experience, okay, so they said the model has to be in the back end. The user will select a dam. Suppose the model happens for about 5 hours duration. The result has to be quick, and then the model parameters has to be flexible, and people should not be worried about selecting the boundary, adjusting the parameters. What happens if the model stalls somewhere? Then you need to rerun what parameters to be set, everything. So they said keep it very simple, but this one has to be at the back end. So what we have done is we have worked out such that some parameters are in the hand of the user because it's a simplified dam break, and rest of the parameters is handled automatically by the system. So that most of the simulations, currently we have run around 4,000, only a couple of simulations had problems, the rest of them were very smooth. So I can assure you that most of the simulations should be smooth. Okay, so what we are trying to do is that we actually get the dam locations from National Dam Safety Authority, the nodal agency. We convert that latitude, longitude to a shape file. So the point locations are given. So one manual step is required to bring the point in front of the dam wall. So there's a only step that you need to do. After this is done, every other step here is automated. The length of the breach is calculated based on the average breach width calculation. The breach timing is calculated based on preset formulas for the type of the dam, earthen, concrete, and the failure type. All this is taken care. So once an advanced user wants to do that, we have provisions in the interface to change those parameters as well. Okay. So we do that. All the other sources of input data, the DEM, the friction and everything is from the open source. For the entire India, the data is downloaded and kept it ready. So you don't have to source the data is curated, all the necessary things have been done. So if you want to use your own data, yes, we have a provision to put a user defined data into that, and then you can rerun the case for you. So that can also be done.
So two more minutes, please.
Yeah.
2 more minutes.
Yeah, I'll finish it, yeah. So these are the sources. I'm going a little faster. So these are the outcomes. You will have the breach hydrograph. So there are 2 models that we are running. One is the HEC-HMS, which will ingest the 5 parameters that is available for all the dams. When you see here in the graph, the lower part that you see, the gross storage, dam height, length, width, and the type of failure. This is available for all the dams in India. So this is how the model has been developed. Okay. So once the HMS gets this data, it will automatically generate the breach hydrograph, and the rest of the maps are developed generated by the 2D model, which is an Australian model called Anuga Hydro, developed by the Australian National University and Geoscience Australia. So there is no binding of license here. So it's open source. You can bring your own formula and all into this if you want. Okay. So again, this is the status. As I said, we have already crossed half mark. Salient features of this dam, which I'm going to just show you quickly, the run. So the breach hydrograph generated with the limited parameters from HMS is this. So the peak is around 3,500 cumex. And these all parameters have been calculated based on the standard formulae available, agreed upon by NDSA. And a committee was also there to approve such things. And this is the hydrograph that you have. And coming to the results, so this is a depth max you will get. So the maximum depth that occurred in every cell. So this is the dam location, and this is the plot that you will get. And this is the velocity max map, and this is the vulnerability map. So based on the 6 classes, you will get the vulnerability as well. So just to show you an understanding of how this population grid is good, so you can see this is the actual population grid on Google, and you can see the red patches are matching with the high population density. So the population grid is pretty okay for rapid assessment. So the classification is again based on the Smith et al. Table. So we have certain table available, and based on this the classification has been done. So putting them together, so we have got 6 classes. The population for every class is available. Note that the total is basically from H3 to H6. So we are actually not considering H1 and H2 as vulnerable populations. So the total is an addition of only H3 to H6. And we are also developing an interface. As I said, it's an easy to use interface. It has got a login based on the roles. You can have the basic zoom in, zoom out, the power value here. You will be able to upload your own breach hydrograph if you have developed the hydrograph using other tools like HECRAS or any other tools. You can upload your hydrograph also using this interface. So if you don't have it, it will run with the default hydrograph from the HMS. So this is for another dam. So this is also another page where you can look at the hydrograph, look at the salient features of all the outputs there. So what I wanted to focus on is why HPC and why Anuga model. So the Anuga model is an open source. It is 2D, it is fully distributed, and it is fast and stable. And it has got a 2D finite volume solver. So it is computationally intensive, but the accuracy is pretty good. So that's why we are using high performance computing. So CDAC has about 12 plus centers across the country, and all of them are available over the network. So this is the peak performance of our HPC. That's about 838 teraflops. A 20 petaflop machine is going to come up in Bangalore Electronic City in a couple of months. So what I'm going to emphasize is, for this particular dam, we used 2 nodes, and the simulation duration was for 4 hours 45 minutes. So there are 2 conditions to terminate the model. One is when the water reaches the next specified dam, the model is terminated, or the model runs for 5 days and it is terminated. In either case, whichever is the first one, it will terminate. So you can see, but the 4 hour 45 minute simulation has been completed in 1 hour 12 minutes. So this is the power of the computing facility. So the output interval is 5 minutes, pretty good for any flash flood program, and the internal time step is 0.3 seconds. So this tells you the program is capable of capturing movements of water less than a second. So if you set this in any other software on a normal workstation, it is going to run over 12 to 13 hours. So if you, sorry, this is the last slide, sir. Yeah. So this is the advantage. You can have a very high resolution run, and you can use this HPC facility to have accurate outputs. So to put it in perspective, you can see that we ran 78 dams of Karnataka, which completed in 50 minutes. So all 78 have been run concurrently with different number of nodes. The number of nodes are also decided automatically by the system. So there is nothing fixed. So depending on the area, it is again changing. So these are all taken care. So the way forward is we are planning to include the cascade failures, simultaneous failures of 2 or more dams, and arrival time at points of interest and direct rainfall. That is again a very good aspect of this model. So you can concurrently have a rainfall and the routing happening in the same model, just like reality. So thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Our next presentation is on progressive seismic performance evaluation of gravity dams. To present this, we have Shri Shamik Singha Roy, Deputy Technical Principal, Structures, SMEC India Private Limited. With over 2 decades of experience in hydropower and water resource projects, he is currently serving as dam design expert for DRIP 2 and 3, specializes in advanced structural and dynamic analysis of dams. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Shri Shamik Singha Roy.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am very much thankful to ICDS and CWC for giving me opportunity to present our work on progressive seismic performance evaluations of gravity dams. Background. Large number of gravity dams are aging and were designed using simplified seismic coefficient. Traditional methods may underestimate actual seismic demand. Improved seismic hazard knowledge may necessitate re-evaluation under current standard. Regulatory shift. Dam Safety Act 2021 mandates comprehensive seismic safety evaluation and site-specific seismic studies required for the specified dams. Also, recent revised IS 1893 Part 1 2025, though it is not directly applicable for the dams, but it indicates that the 61% of the India's land area prone to moderate to strong earthquake shaking. So definitely the seismic performance evaluation for the gravity dams matters. Here for our works, we have considered the numerical model study for the 3D cases. 3D numerical model we have considered. For this, we have considered the 50-meter high gravity dam founded on the strong sound rock foundation. And the 3D analysis methodology, we have considered the pseudostatic method and response spectrum analysis and the linear time history analysis. For linear time history analysis, there are 2 cases we have considered. One is the massless foundation and another is the mass foundation. Analysis tool, we have considered the Midas APA NX. This is the numerical model description for the dam foundation. This numerical study we have considered for the pseudostatic analysis and the response spectrum analysis. 2D plane strain finite element model considered, and here the foundation rock mass considered as a massless foundation with inclusion of the small artificial mass to avoid the numerical singularities. And here the vertical boundary is considered as a assigned as a roller support and bottom considered as a fixed base, fixed support. This is only applicable for pseudostatic and response spectrum analysis. And we have considered another numerical model. This is with inclusion of the reservoir as an acoustic fluid element. And this is considered for the linear time history analysis or for massless foundation. And boundary condition for the rock medium is similar to the previous one, vertical roller support assigned on the sides and the fixed bottom. Only the reservoir, for reservoir, the free surface boundary assigned at the free surface of the reservoir and the sloshing constant used at the far end of the reservoir. And at the interface of the dam and the water, we have, and the interface of the rock mass and the water, we have considered the fluid structure boundary. This is the similar to the previous one, only difference is that we have considered the mass foundation and it is also for the linear time history analysis. And for boundary condition of the rock mass, it is totally different, and we have considered the free field boundary to simulate the unbounded medium and the spring support, impedance based spring supported boundary at the foundation base. And all are the similar to the previous one. Material properties, and for the numerical analysis following material properties we have considered the dam and the rock mass, both are shown in this table. And the rock mass, it is to be noted that the rock mass considered as a homogeneous and uniform medium, that means the similar foundation material properties of the rock mass. And here the static tensile strength of the rock mass not shown in the static tensile strength of the dam concrete not shown in the chart, but it is considered as a 2.7 MPa and static. No dynamic enhancement factor is used for the numerical study. Design loads. Static loads, following static load are considered the dead loads and the hydrostatic pressure and the uplift pressure for dense operating condition. And dynamic loads, one of the dynamic load is the hydrodynamic water pressure. And for response spectrum and pseudostatic analysis, we have considered computed the hydrodynamic water pressure in accordance with the IS 1893. And for linear time history analysis, reservoir itself we have modeled as an acoustic fluid element. And seismic load. For seismic load, the site-specific earthquake parameter we have considered. For this numerical study, we use the site-specific earthquake data for the Jammu Kashmir area. And one point I like to note that for site-specific earthquake parameter is very much important for the effective performance evaluation of the dam, because the site-specific earthquake parameter is totally depends on the local geology, which local geology means the rock mass pattern and joints in the rock mass pattern and the presence of the fault zones or shear zone, etc. anything. For example, if we have the two sites located in the same zone, but one side has the only the different joints in the rock mass pattern, no critical geology features are there, and another site has the same seismic zone and has the presence of the fault zones or shear zone, etc. That the ground motion is definitely amplified in that case. And so site-specific parameter is the very much important for the performance evaluation. So here what the standard site-specific parameter whatever we use for the Jammu Kashmir area, we have the standard three data we will have. One is the site-specific dB level surface ground motion data, horizontal and vertical acceleration, and the second is the target response spectra based generated from the site-specific ground motion data, and the third is the horizontal seismic coefficient which is generated from the target response spectra. So for pseudostatic analysis, we have considered the horizontal seismic coefficient, and response spectrum we use the 5% damp horizontal and vertical dB target response spectra.
2 minutes, please. 2 more minutes.
Okay. And for dynamic analysis, the linear time history analysis, we use the surface bed level ground motion data, and this is for massless foundation we will directly use the bed level ground motion data, but for mass foundation we have to we need the input bedrock ground motion, so we have to do the deconvolution for this. And this time history plot shows the both at the surface level and the deconvoluted ground motion data, bedrock input motion. Results. So comparison of the eigenfrequency and the progressive inclusion of the foundation and the reservoir effects leads to the significant period elongation for the with the fundamental period 1 T1 increasing from the 0.113 seconds to 0.416 seconds. Increases are driven by the reduced system stiffness from foundation flexibility and added hydrodynamic inertia from the reservoir. Simplified models underestimate the natural periods, which is very much critical for the for accurately determination of the displacement demand, inertia forces, and the trace response during the seismic analysis. And this is the comparison of the hydrodynamic pressure, and in the right side the table has been showed the comparison. And the first one is the computed, which is applicable for the pseudostatic and response spectrum. It is the computation is given, and the massless foundation and the mass foundation. From the table, we will see that the massless foundation giving the maximum result, but it is due to because of the artificially trapping of the energy and which prevents the energy radiation to the foundation. And the mass foundation shows the realistic demand, and it is and the CG of the hydrodynamic pressure shifts towards the downward. And the analytical model, it is assumed as a rigid impulsive mass, and which neglects the time dependent frequency based reservoir variations. And the comparison of the crease displacement, and in the tables we have shown the comparison of the pseudostatic response spectrum and the time history analysis, and it as seen that the response spectrum and the time history analysis significantly yields the highest crease displacement, and the foundation mass with inclusion of the mass, it is showing the crease displacement is reduced, and this is happened because of the radiation damping and the wave propagation and the energy distribution to the foundation rock. This is showing the principal test plot, and we have shown the principal test plot for the all numerical analysis. First one is the pseudostatic, second one is the response spectrum, and third and fourth, and remaining are the massless foundation and the mass foundation. And what we want to try to see shows that here we have to see the principal traces at the critical regions. I mean the geometric discontinuities for us the upstream. And basically our main purpose is that to see that whether the principal trace in the dam body within the permissible limit or not. If it exceeds, then proper performance evaluation is required. Pseudostatic is totally showing the lesser tensile test, but response spectrum and linear time history analysis both are showing the almost similar result, almost more or less similar result. But here the response spectrum neglects that elastic dynamic amplification used, but it is not a time, it neglects the time dependent nature. And massless foundation and showing for downstream deck showing the 30% higher result from the mass foundation. And also it is to be noted that for heel and to foundation bottom, here the elevated tensile test does not necessarily indicates the damage, or it should be accessed with the skinning indicator like the DCR tool. And whatever that these are governed by the geometric discontinuity and inertia, inertial interaction between the dam and foundation and the kinematic distance. And this is showing the time history test plot between the massless and the mass foundation. Here we see the for mass foundation represented in the red lines, and it is showing the smoother test histories, and for the massless showing the higher, because it is because of the tapping of the artificial energy, and which prevents the radiation damping and repeated wave repetition. So results, the pseudostatic analysis underestimated tensile test due to the dynamic effect. Response spectrum captures the elastic dynamic amplification. Massless foundation showing the 30% for say the downstream neck portion, 30% higher results in comparison with the mass foundation. And result and this performance evaluation, this is the major important thing. The performance evaluation basically indicates that the demand capacity ratio versus in combination with the cumulative time exceedance, the duration of the time exceedance. And here the demand capacity ratio basically the ratio of the observed tensile test versus the permissible tensile strength of the concrete, and the cumulative duration basically represents the time, the total time duration computed for a given the time history data, time history period, which greater than the DCR1 for a given location. Here, if we see the for saying the upstream slope, here the DCR for the massless foundation.
You may please conclude now.
Yeah.
Please conclude.
One more thing. 2.54 second for the massless, and for mass foundation it is showing the 1.38. So the massless foundation showing the trace exceedance more than the mass foundation. Conclusion: the seismic response of the gravity dam strongly depends on the modeling and the analysis method. Foundation flexibility and the reservoir interaction are essential for the realistic behavior. IS 1893 hydrodynamic approach showing the conservative results in comparison with the acoustic fluid modeling. Response spectrum suitable for the baseline for seismic screening tool. Pseudostatic analysis limited to the preliminary assessment. Linear time history analysis with foundation mass provides the realistic demand. However, when the DCR exceeds we observe the stress exceedance, we should use the skinning indicator DCR tool and for proper damage assessment. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Our next presentation is on risk-informed spillway capacity assessment under non-stationary flood regimes incorporating dam break consequences. To present this, we have Ms. Reshma R., a dedicated researcher currently pursuing her PhD in hydraulics and water resources engineering at IIT Madras, with strong academic credentials and expertise in hydrologic modeling and flood risk assessment. She brings valuable research insights to this important topic. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Reshma R.
I will request rest of the presenters to please do their presentations in 8 to 10 minutes because we have overshot the time. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Reshma R., PhD research scholar from IIT Madras, India. Today, I am here to present our work on risk-informed spillway capacity assessment and dam break impacts under non-stationary flood regimes. Spillway capacity, which is spillway. No, actually, I'm hearing the same echo afterwards. Spillway capacity, which is traditionally evaluated using the deterministic PMF, probable maximum flood, considering the assumption of hydrologic stationarity, is a critical determinant of dam safety. Though they provide a first-hand binary assessment of spillway capacity adequacy, they do not explicitly quantify the probability of spillway exceedance, dam overtopping, or consequent downstream impacts. Increasing the increase in evidence of non-stationary flood behavior driven by climate change, land use change, and the evolving hydrometeorological extremes we have a necessity to incorporate risk-informed decision making which explicitly links hazard probability, system vulnerability, and impacts. In the context of spillway safety assessment, we need to integrate the flood exceedance probability, spillway performance, overtopping likelihood, and overtopping induced dam break analysis. The objectives of this work was hence to assess the adequacy of spillway capacity under stationary and non-stationary flood regimes and to evaluate the overtopping induced dam break hydraulics and quantify the potential downstream impacts. The overall methodology adopted for the study is shown in the workflow. So it includes a flood hazard characterization of stationary and non-stationary flood regime, reservoir routing, evaluation of the spillway performance and vulnerability assessment, overtopping probability assessment, dam break analysis, and downstream impact mapping, and insights on risk-informed quality safety assessment. So the workflow is demonstrated using a study area that is Upper Vardha Dam in Amravati district of Maharashtra, which is a representative large reservoir in central India. So the flood characterization is done as mentioned using two regimes, a stationary one and a non-stationary one. The scenario A is the stationary regime which represents the current design practices based on probable maximum precipitation, which is estimated using the conventional design approach consistent with prevailing CWC guidelines, wherein the PMP is estimated using frequency analysis on the annual maximum rainfall data using the Hirschfield statistical method. Equation is shown in the slide. And for the scenario B, which is the non-stationary scenario, we adopt the climate-informed flood hydrograph, wherein the PMP estimation is done using the GCMs from CMIP6 dataset. The selected GCMs based on the performance are BCC CSM2MR, CMCC ESM2, MPI ESM12HR, MPI ESM12LR, and NESM3. The daily precipitation data was downloaded from the statistically downscaled next GDDP CMIP6 dataset, and it was done for 3 SSP scenarios, that is for 2.6, 4.5, and 8.5, which represents the low, intermediate, and high risk gas emissions. So for incorporating the climate change effects, we have used the quantile-based delta change approach for estimating the delta factors, and for each of the 5 GCMs for the 3 SSPs, PMPs were projected for the current scenario and the future scenarios and were subjected to ensemble mean averaging to obtain a single PMP for each GCM, which were then subjected to isohydral analysis, distributing it spatially in the watershed. So the generated flood hydrographs for scenario A and scenario B using HEC-HMS is shown in the figure. And relative to scenario A, scenario B has a around 20% increase in the peak flow and 20% increase in the flood volume owing to the climate change induced intensification. So reservoir routing and spillway performance, the design discharge capacity of the spillway is around 19,000 meter cube per second, and the maximum spillway discharge under gated spillway operations when done using HECRAS was found to be around 38,000 for scenario A and 42,000 for scenario B, which indicates a significant larger flow release through spillways to maintain reservoir water level at FRLs and hence to avoid the possible overtopping. This, however, induces additional structural loading which leads to potential risk to structural integrity of the spillway system. To analyze the downstream impacts under any possible overtopping induced dam break, an overtopping induced dam break analysis was performed using the HECRAS and with the breach geometry as shown in the slide with final bottom width of 219 and formation time of 3 hours. the overtopping induced dam break hydraulics is as shown in the table and figure. So the peak breach outflow for scenario A was found to be around 88,000, whereas for scenario B was found around 92,000. The aerial extent variation was found to be very minor. However, for the better visualization, a reclassification was done for the maximum depth maps relative to the height of a human being and the height of structures, ranging from 0 to 0.5, that is foot level, to greater than 12, that is submerging the second floor, leading the catastrophic damage and potential total building loss. So the reclassified maximum depth maps are as shown in the figure. So as we can see, the greater than 12 regions fall, 9 to 12 and greater than 12 region falls mostly in the river and the immediate floodplain zones. And the risk-based matrices used for the analysis are flood hazard index and a risk index. The flood hazard index is an indicator of possible damage that might occur due to flooding. However, this does not imply risk unless people or object vulnerable to flood are exposed to it. The primary governing factors considered are the flow depth and velocity. So with increase in flow depth, damage increases. Also, with a low flow with higher velocity, there is chances to impose greater damage to structure, people and objects such as vehicle, road, etc. Risk index is defined as a value between 0 to 1, combining the overtopping occurrence probability with downstream hydraulic hazard severity. Here I0 or the risk overtopping probability is defined as a binary value taking 1 and 0. If any probable overtopping is possible, that is if the water reservoir level is exceeding the crest level, it is taken as 1 and otherwise as 0. The combined flood hazard curve is defined as per CWC based on the product of depth and velocity and the product of mass and height of the individual subjected to exposed to flood. So the combined flood hazard maps are shown in the figure. For a better understanding of the influence of the scenario B or the significance of the non-stationarity, the quantified aerial extents of each hazard zone is shown in the table. The corresponding risk maps for the scenario A and scenario B is as shown. So here, since we are imposing a forceful overtopping induced dam break analysis, I is considered as 1 and hence the risk value will be nothing but the normalized hazard index, which is the ratio of hazard value or hazard index of the considered scenario to the maximum hazard index between the two scenarios.
2 more minutes, please.
Sure. So coming to the conclusions, a scenario-based risk-informed framework for spillway capacity assessment is demonstrated using a case study approach. So risk-based metrics provides additional insights beyond traditional adequacy checks. So the spillway discharge, here we could identify it as significantly greater than the design capacity values, which imposes high degree of risk of structural damage to spillway system. This implies a significancy and necessity to consider non-stationary flood behavior in spillway safety evaluations. As we could see, modest increase in the extreme flood magnitude have induced disproportionate rise in spillway exceedance and overtopping probability. So for a 20% increment in the peak flood, climate-informed scenario exhibited 10% rise in the spillway discharge and a 4% rise in the peak breach outflow. These are the references. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So the next up, we have a presentation on optimal intensity measures for seismic response of embankment dams and dam damage intensity scale for damage classification of embankment dams. To present this, we have the distinguished research Professor Dr. P. Anbalagan, Professor, Department of Civil Engineering, Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. He is a leading authority in geotechnical earthquake engineering and engineering seismology with over 120 journal publications and extensive contribution to seismic research and practice in India. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Professor Dr. P. Anbalagan.
My request will be to please do the presentation in 8 to 10 minutes. You can skip the background and come to the main content.
Yeah, okay. So I'm very sorry all of you because it always happens that the end of the session, so you will be waiting for lunch and be disturbing you. So I will only give the highlight of my topic, okay. So this is actually the global research, okay, so which focuses on the importance of the earthquake design as well as the consideration for the risk assessment. So we'll be talking about that. See, we know every earthquake, okay, so there is a considerable number of dams are damaged, but we will forget. So even the Bhuj earthquake, there are a lot of dams are damaged, but the scenario what we consider in update of design actually negligible. The earthquake actually causes a minor damage to the catastrophic and break, so dam break kind of damages are happening. But if you look at that, so this needs a very specific design, okay, for the dam. But unfortunately, most of the dams are in the countries are built before the earthquake development. Among these, actually, so about 90% of the Indian dams are embankment dams. Okay, so these dams are predominantly, even today in code of practice, it is considered the peak ground acceleration. So which is actually right for the structures like a linear and weak, in stiffness like a dam. Because the peak ground acceleration does not account duration, frequency content, and then the soil softening during the earthquake. So that is why whenever you look at the acceleration time history, there are three segments in that. One is the acceleration path, the another one is the velocity segment, the another one is the displacement segment. So it is recent research proved that the acceleration based design for the earth dam is not appropriate. Okay, so that we were actually studied in detail, and then we found that so the acceleration values and velocity values are completely different, which is the function of natural frequency of the structure. Particularly dam is in the range of 0.5 to the 2.5 second, where your acceleration design does not applicable. Okay, so how we done that actually? So we taken the earthquake data from past history, from the recorded from the dam foundation as well as in the crest, and that data has been analyzed, and also we did a complete numerical modeling considering all the parameters which is responsible for the intensity measure and causing damage of the dams. So which you have done in detailed analysis. So this is how we done. So these are typically the earthquake recorded from the damaged dam. So that records are used, numerical modelings are counted. So the both was used to get a basically the engineering demand parameters, which is displacement and failure level of the dam. So which was integrated together and tried to identify among the several earthquake parameter, which parameter really close to the response of the dam and also failure. So that we have done, and we found that basically the parameters of peak ground acceleration are not suitable, but the peak ground velocity or velocity spectrums are more appropriate to design a dam as well as for the requalification of the any dam. So this entire information actually published in the journal of theories, where you can see that the risk assessment and the performance based. So risk assessment also, when you consider the PGA, it is basically underestimate. When you consider the peak ground acceleration or velocity based values, it gives a more reliable values. So the more details can be found in this paper. So once we done the ground motion selection parameter for the any analysis, the next part is definition of the dam damages. So generally the dam damages reported so far in the globe, people use MMI scale. It's a modified Mercalli intensity scale, which was predominantly developed for the buildings. But unfortunately, the dams are having its own the pattern of damage. You can see the several failures reported in globe, where you can see that catastrophic failure to the minor crack, a conventional scale like MMI does not applicable. So then what to do? So what we did actually from IAC, so we actually compiled the large number of earthquake failures from the globe where the damage descriptions and damages are mapped, which were actually compiled including the Bhuj earthquake damages. So this is the first model where the Indian data goes to the global model, so which was compiled and analyzed, and then, so this is actually the location of the dam which considered in the study. And then we defined a new intensity scale which defines the dam damage after the earthquake to scale what level it damages, rather than using the building based scale. So that scale has a 5 level. Each level actually taken a different global damages and description and measurement into account. So this is actually level 3. You can see the different damages what is considered in that. So level 4, level 5. So level 5 actually is very severe, where the damage actually very critical. So these data are compiled together. Even we proposed the model to predict the earthquake damage of the any dam as a function of magnitude and as well as the hypotensile distance, age of the dam, properties of the dam, and also the time duration of the dam. So this entire information are published in the Soil Dynamics and the Earthquake Engineering Journal in the very recently. So those who are interested can visit. So because of the lack of time, so I have to speed up my presentation also. So eventually, so the clear message from our study, okay, so any dam retrofitting, seismic retrofitting or design, one has to consider the velocity based parameter, particularly for the embankment dam. That is the first measure. Second, if you want to classify and predict earthquake damage of any dam, so one has to use dam damage intensity scale and also use particular model to estimate rather than using the MMI. So that is what our findings are there. The more details are available in our research paper, you can go through. So as so the researcher, so we are basically focusing on incorporating this to the Indian scenario, where we are estimating the dam specific hazard considering the velocity values and try to get a soil properties from the dam, which is like developing a model and properties, and try to get a risk for the different scenario. This is a performance based risk assessment which will be highly useful to decide and take a decision on the dam retrofitting and rehabilitation work. Okay, so that is all my presentation. So we were actually, so basically try to approach a dam from our International Center of Excellency of Dam. We to study the dam through all geophysical method and try to characterize the materials through integrated approach and take the dam properties and do the analysis and find out that it is qualifies the seismic criteria or not. If it's not, we are suggest for the retrofitting and then qualify so that we can save our dam to save us. So with that I conclude. So I hope I might have done my time within time. So you have any questions, I will be happy to answer. I might have a few more minutes what chairman is given to me. I don't know, there is speaker there, I am the last one I think.
No, there is one more I think.
Okay, yeah.
So thank you very much. It was a very insightful presentation. Thank you.
So the next presentation is on rapid estimation of dam breach inundation extents for emergency action plan development. So our next presenter is Shri Ashok Bashisht, is a senior hydrologist with a diverse background in government, academia and consultancy with about 3 decades of experience. He has been working as a dam break analysis and emergency action planning specialist since May 2025. So can we have a huge round of applause for Shri Ashok Bashisht?
I will request you to make your presentation within 5 to 6 minutes.
I'll try, sir. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. As I stand here in this podium, it fills my mind with great pride as well as a fear. Pride because of this prestigious institution and speaking, an opportunity to speak before this August Gardens. And fear because I stand as the last barrier between you and the lunch. Let me reset the heavy engineering atmosphere. Just, I think today is Valentine's Day. Valentine's Day is about universal love. And most of us are parents, right? And we know, as parents, we love our children the most amongst anybody else on earth. Just imagine, our children, they went to a party at their friend's house, which happens to be downstream of a dam. And you hear the news of any dam incident. And you know that the disaster management guys will not come to rescue because they are waiting for the appropriate map, whom to approach, what to do, when to do is all in the gray. With this background, let us start my presentation. Next, please. This is how it is organized. Next, please. To save the lives, fast implementation of EAP is needed. And we know that it is critical. There are so many difficulties in coming up with a so-called right map. We'll talk about it. Next, please. See, we tried to carry out dam break analysis. As on date, we could compile about 50 dam break analysis results from different parts of India. And this is what it means. Next, please. Python code was developed. We tried to find out some very simple things with which EAP can begin, because we understand the challenge of taking the message to the field guys, taking the message to the actual stakeholders or persons who would be affected, and then ensuring their response, how would they come out. So what could be an easier way? That was the drive behind this. Okay, so we tried to compile all these results and figure out if there is a buffer width which can be specified. Next. So we see that it is not really very good to come up with a simple solution. If I use the property rhetoric, they say there are three important things in deciding the price of a property: location, location, and location. With our limited analysis, what I would like to say, there are three important things: topography, topography, and topography. We thought that the dam storage volume might be a very important predictor. We used the overtopping failure analysis because it gives us the umbrella. And we thought that the PMP or SPF or 100-year flood, whatever the descent flood is, the descent flood peak would be a good predictor. What we found out ultimately is topography is governing everything. With those things, of course, you can get somewhere. See, we excluded dams beyond 500 MCM. 500 is just arbitrary. It might have come up because of these results, because what we found, for very large dams, water travels to very large distances where you don't understand anything. Next, please. See, in some cases, there were typical water spreadings. In some other cases, water was traveling up the another tributary. Okay? So all these things which are unknown to us who are doing desktop analysis with help of some DEM and computers, we cannot do it. But the positive side is those guys who are posted at the dam, those guys who are in charge of other emergency responses, say a DDMA, SDMA, they must be knowing their topography, right? And with the help of our crude map, or without even a crude map, what we found is the average width of the buffer, it is about 1 kilometer for these 50 dams, okay? But it varies widely, as we can see shortly. And then we tried with the mean buffer and the P90 buffer and the area. All these three things we tried to predict. Now we found that the variation is between 0.1 kilometer to 4 kilometer for the mean buffer and 0.1 kilometer to 10 kilometer for the P90 buffer. P90 means 90%, in a 90% probability, the area of inundation will be included in the buffer. But my understanding is that if you start with some idea about the inundated area, then you can pretty well go there, and from the topo sheet, from the topography, you can find that these are the elevations within, these are the areas within the same elevation zones. So these villages and these habitations need to be included or excluded, right? So don't wait for the correct result to obtain, and still in parallel, this work can progress, and we can initiate the action of EAP. Next, please. So this is what our predictions are. I'm not going into equations. These were based on simple regressions. I understand it is our humble beginning, and there would be much work required in these directions to come up with some better results, maybe based on topography factors like hand, maybe it will require regionalization based on parameters for which till date we don't have sufficient data to conclude upon. Next, please. So this is the regression between the results. As we see, results are heavily out. Next, please. So here we have tried to compile all the predicted results as well as the observed results. We see the under predictions are marked in red. This is the biggest under prediction. And in a second, we'll see why it is so. Next, please. So 10 cases there were under predictions out of these 22. Next, please. See, if your topography is something like that, the water sprays down on the coast, really it will be, I think, technically prudent to use a prediction method used based on a buffer, right? Similarly, here there are too many tributaries along which water is spreading. So there also, our methods would hardly work. Next, please. So what we suggest is, first we need to decide on the extent of analysis, okay? Main river, large reservoir, the sea, or international border. This is what we have been following. We were using FabDM with 30-meter resolution, HEC-RAS for analysis and all. Provisional corridor to initiate EAP. Initiate is the keyword here. And then, if it is a high-risk dam, probably with the P90, then improve based on local topography and local knowledge. Okay? And then update inundation maps based using DBA. Applicability not for large dams or where topography changes abruptly, multi-channel systems dominate, like we have seen in the case of West Bengal, where water spreads into other areas and goes everywhere. Next, please. So, what are the limitations of our limited effort which we began? Codes DM, miss embankments channel, and treaters professional. I have personally, I had the opportunity to see the dam break analysis result of one dam with 30 meter and with 25 centimeter. Okay, it is totally different. So in some time we expect 1 meter DM or 50 centimeter DM will be delivered by Servo India. That will change the things. So we know that our results are inaccurate. Then small sample regional heterogeneity based on 50 samples data, it is not really good to conclude. Complex hydraulics, bifurcation, backwater, tributary fans, don't apply, use local knowledge or DBA. Validation or crowd validation, here we use jackknife approach. Of course, it is not very accurate. Actually, we need to come up with a separate data set for calibration as well as validation. Next, please. So this is our conclusion. Rapid screening tool to accelerate early AP corridor mapping. Use local knowledge to override. DBA 2D to be used for the final life safety products. And my submission to all of you is, if we start with something inaccurate, actually we'll be able to save our children's lives. Next, please. How can we reduce time to first EAP corridor? What cutoffs make sense for your jurisdiction? These are the key questions we need to ask ourselves. All along, we have been hearing about the responsibilities. Now I am taking the other aspect of the story, that what we should do so that we don't have to say sorry. Next, please. Thank you so much.
With conclusion of this presentation, I request chair and co-chair to conclude the proceedings, please.
I will request the co-chair to give the concluding remark, please.
Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, delegates. Thank you, speakers. We've had the scene setting by our chair today about why being prepared for risk is so important. We've heard the stories from one of our state-owned organizations, Sri Patel's story about a large portfolio and how risk-informed decisions make a difference. We saw how the National Dam Safety Authority approaches this on a portfolio basis and tackles the challenge of time, because it'd be the next eon before we'd ever finish the scenarios. We heard how some of the technical analyses that are done within our leading institutions, the thought leadership of our emerging engineering staff and geotechnical staff and the PhD study, which is excellent. And then we heard the call to action on what's happening in other dams, and then bringing it back to family. On Valentine's Day, the importance of our loved ones. So I think we've had a good story here. Let's get a good lunch and think about how we can be prepared for risk. And thank you for joining the session today.
So we will request the audience if they have any questions. We can, yeah.
So I have one question from Mr. Murthy from CDEC. Actually, Mr. Murthy, you have used HEC HMS, and as Mr. Ashok Basi says, that we should have a high resolution DM. So whether you have used high resolution DM or 30 meter DM?
So we have used a 30 meter DM, ALOS DM as an input. We also have a provision to upload your own hydrograph generated from other softwares, like Mike. If you have, you can do it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I have same question that in this Rashtriya Ban Suraksha portal, is reservoir routing is done, because we put only dam locations, and there is on upstream there is so much dams, and we don't give any capacity elevation or anything else as input. So how it generate hydrograph?
Yeah. So currently, as I said, in this simplified dam break, we are only using one dam at a time, and only one breach is considered. So we are not considering cascade in all those cases. So that will be taken care in the next phase. So, yeah.
I just want to know, like, any kind of validation has been done for the like maps what you have generated, like you have compared with the satellite data or something.
So the validation has not been done based on satellite data, but then it has been a committee has been set up on a national level, and they have reviewed the results, and that was pretty acceptable. Yeah.
So I think that's about all.
The future climate scenarios also into your model setup, because I think that is very much important to consider the climate extremes into the model also when you're doing for the entire. It was an interesting presentation, in fact. Thank you.
So I think that's about all. Yeah. So we may now conclude the session.
Now we come to a special moment of appreciation. It's now time to present the memento. So I now invite our chair, Dr. Sandeep Singhal, MD UJ VNL, to please come on to the stage. And also our core chair, Shri Paul O'Connor, Chair, Dam Safety NSW, Australia. So I request Shri Paul to please present the memento to Dr. Sandeep Singhal. I now invite Dr. Sandeep Singhal to present the memento to Shri Paul O'Connor. Thank you so much, sir. I now request our Dr. Sandeep Singhal to please be on the stage. So to present the other memento, I now invite Shri Hetal Parmar to receive the memento from Dr. Sandeep Singhal. So can we have Shri Hetal Parmar on the stage? I now invite Shri Rishabh Vijay Vergia to kindly come forward and receive the memento as a token of our sincere appreciation. The next up, I invite Shri Murgesh Prabhu to please come onto the stage to receive the memento. The next up, we have Shri Shamik Singha Roy. Thank you so much, sir. I now invite our co-chair, Shri Paul O'Connor, to please come onto the stage to present the memento. Give a big clap. I now invite Ms. Reshma R., Research Scholar, IIT Madras, to kindly come forward to receive the memento. HCD, NNW, CWC. Can we give a big hand? Thank you so much, sir. So now you all can proceed for the lunch and you can assemble here at the same venue by 2:20 p.m.
quality should be checked for all these outlier values, that flat line check, threshold check, and everything, and then only safety decisions will be interpreted. So for that, we have to continuously inspect the sensors, continuous monitoring of data, and we also have to develop some automated validation procedures, and there should be better coordination between the CCU person, field engineers, and maintenance engineers. So this evaluation is a continuous process we have to carry out so that the data we have will be of fine quality. We have developed a dashboard using the React framework. So we have generated API for some AWLR and AWS sensors. So the API responses are converted to user understandable dashboard formats so that we can easily the status of the sensor in our mobile itself. So here if it shows the number of dams, total 17 dams. 14 dams have both the sensor operational, and in 3 dams only partial sensors are working. So if we click on the this partial sensor, so it will show what are the dams having partial sensors working. So in Satanu Dam, the AWLR is stale. That is, it won't work for 1 day, and the AWS is updated 18 minutes ago. So we have to continuously monitor the working of the sensor. So in case of any stale data, we can immediately alert the maintenance engineer as well as the dam engineer to rectify the issue so that we can minimize the data gaps. So if we check on the operational, it will show all the sensors working fine, and the present parameters also listed here. Current, what is the last updated? So updated 17 minutes ago. So like that, we can check that. We can also add more parameters. Whatever parameters we have required, we can add here. So like this, we are checking the sensor status working through this dashboard. And next, I'm discussing about some of the instrument-wise data quality issues we have identified. So the validation logic, everything we have written in Python code, and the results are exported in Excel and interpreted as graphs also, and then we are checking the data quality. So this is a data gap found in the page array AWLR, and this one showing the water level trend of Satanu Dam. Here the data is continuous, and the trend of the water level is also shown very well. And one of the issues we have encountered with this AWLR is that during high inflow time, some of the dam engineers set the frequency of data reception as 15 minutes. In such cases, due to the wave effect, there is a fluctuating data, and it caused some confusion with the dam engineer in computing the inflow. Sometimes while manual calculation and all, it is arrived as negative inflow. So this was addressed using applying short moving averages in the auger algorithm, and it was corrected. And for this AWS parameters, we have given the validation logic as the CWC guidelines is given as the validation logic, and we have checked the parameters. So this is one of the data missing data gaps. So even if one data is missed, the logic will show here the 15th hour data is missed. So it is clearly given in the Excel table. And this is about some of the interpretations between the logical checks we have made with the AWS sensor. Sometimes the wind speed is 0, but the direction changes during that period. And solar radiation, already I discussed previously, so during nighttime also radiations are recorded. And pan evaporation value, so during rainfall, the pan depth of the water in the pan increases, and some adjustments to be made for that. And sometimes the relative humidity value shows above 100%. So those values we flagged and corrected. So this is the data of AWS of Bhavani Sagar Dam. So we can make small interpretations from the graph. So this temperature and relative humidity inversely proportional. So whenever there is a peak in temperature, the relative humidity decreases. So this type of interpretations we are making. And this is about, we found in automatic VNotch, we found abnormal seepage in the VNotch. So it shows that the crest level of the VNotch is only 6.5 centimeter. It is installed inside the gallery. However, the seepage level shows high, enormous seepage. So that is on inspection, we noticed that it is due to some deposition of silt and blockage of flow. And the sensor was submerged. So we normally calculate seepage using this discharge formula, which becomes invalid because of submergence, which is applicable for free flow only. So to overcome this, we implemented some crest-based alert threshold. So whenever the level cross the threshold, so alert will be sent to the dam engineer so that he might take proper appropriate actions immediately. A similar issue we noticed in VNotch installed in Page Pari. Here also the water level sump inside the gallery filled up and it caused backflow of water and the sensor submerged and malfunctioned. So here also the crest-based alert system was implemented to overcome the issue. So the sensors, everything is monitored continuously to avoid such type of data gaps. So here, this is one of the interpretation made from uplift pressure gauge data. So the maximum uplift is expected as 200 kPa only, but here it shows an outlier of 1750 2 times. So for this, we check the other uplift parameters, so that also shows the consistent values and other water level trends, everything we verified and flagged this as an outlier value. So likewise, we are analyzing each and every parameter. So for this, some statistical approaches are used to analyze these outlier values. Sometimes this black line shows the flat line. The sensor becomes flat or the same value repeated. So such type of behavior, we get data loss. So we have to monitor that continuously to avoid such type of loss. So this is also some of the readings plotted for Solar Dam uplift pressure gauge. Here though the 4 kPa is normal range only below the normal range, but here the readings are only in the range of 0.5, 0.7, there is a peak. So it might be a sensor disturbance. So we are analyzing that whether this is really this uplift or due to some disturbances like that. That's why it's flagged. It's upon our own decision. If it is correct, we can take this as a correct data on correlation with other data. So as real-time dam safety decisions are reliable as the quality of data used for interpretation is good. So we need to keep on working on the quality of data evaluation with, so I'm concluding that the high quality instrument data is a critical dam safety asset that is to be protected, systematically validated and securely preserved. Thank you. Thank you for attention.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next presenter is Shri Narendra Kumar Meena, currently serving as Deputy Director at the National Dam Safety Authority, Government of India, with over 2.5 years of experience in advancing national dam safety initiatives. His responsibilities include supporting the implementation and monitoring of the Dam Safety Act 2021 across dam owning states and contributing to key national programs such as the development and operational management of the Dharma portal, a centralized repository for dam safety data across the country. His professional experience spans dam safety regulation, hydrological assessment, and national level data-driven monitoring system aimed at strengthening the safety and sustainability of critical water infrastructure in India. So let us put your hands together and welcome Shri Narendra Kumar Meena.
Good afternoon, respected Chairperson, distinguished dignitaries, and my dear colleagues. Myself, Narendra Kumar Meena, Deputy Director at NDSA. I am going to present you about the Dharma portal. It is a digital platform for comprehensive dam safety management. So to understand why the Dharma portal is vital, we must first look at the scale of the infrastructure we are protecting. Dams form the backbone of our nation's water security, drinking water security, irrigation, flood moderation, and hydropower needs. So to protect these vital infrastructure, and the numbers of the dams in India are more than 6,600 dams. So to monitor at single place is very important. So India is the third largest owner of the specified dams in the world. Specified dams in Dam Safety Act coined this term. Earlier we used to call this large dams. So to strengthen dam safety governance, Indian government enacted Dam Safety Act in 2021, which established a uniform framework for surveillance, monitoring, and inspection. Further, Act also mandate NDSA to maintain national level database for specified dams of the country and their health status. Further, what is Dharma portal? It is a national digital platform for monitoring, for a centralized web-based repository for structural and health data of all specified dam nationwide. Further, it enables real-time monitoring of all the data, any incident and failure at the click of the button, and it helps in the evidence-based decision making. Further, it integrates workflow from dam site engineer to the top level of officers. Suppose an inspection is initiated at the dam site and it is being validated by the channel of officers, and at the last by the SDSO, that is the top level of officer in the state who monitors the dam safety. So validated data is being integrated in this portal. Now, what is the need of this portal? To manage large inventory of dam of around 6,669 dams. It is earlier we used to manage the data of the dams in a very absurd or in any very physical form. So whenever there is a requirement to fetch some data, so it was very difficult. So to manage such 6,500 dams at a single click, we have developed this portal. In this, everyone who are the dam owning agencies and the dam users can access the detail of a dam, all kind of detail that I will share you later in next slides. So in this, transparency is there, speed is there, approval delays reduced from months to days, standardized uniform data for all states and UTs. Further, decision support enables SDSO to prioritize the resources for the dams which are in distress condition. Further, now I will share you the screenshots of the portal to see the look and feel of the portal, how it looks like, and further what are the features that we have integrated in the portal. So this is the landing page of the portal, where you can see on the center map of India. In this, while clicking any state, you will see the number of dams of that state. And on the right side, you will see the number of dams. Right now, we have clicked the Karnataka state. You can see the total number of dams, what is the storage, height, and age of the dam. Further, while clicking any particular location tab, that means clicking on a particular dam, you will get the features 18. You will get 18 silent feature, 18 parameters of that dam. That means on the landing page without login, you can access 18 important parameters of all 6,500 dams. Further, on the left side on the download tab, you can see here important regulation published by the NDSA. Further, any SOP, TOR are published over here, so that can be accessed. Now, what is the user framework? Who are given the role-based access? That is the last page that I was shown was the without any login, everyone can access. Further, we have created some users here. Like 4 users are there, top at the NDSA and SDSO. At the state SDSO, who monitors the inspection reports, data filled by their subordinates. Further, at the regional level, regional chief engineer, superintendent engineer, they were also given access. At the dam level, dam safety unit are established. So for single dam safety unit is there. So we have registered 6,500 dam safety units in this portal, who are responsible for entering data, carrying out inspection, uploading emergency action plan report, and many other things related to dams. Now, what are the modules, type of modules in the portal? There are some static modules where static detail of a dam is filled. That is 2 minutes. Okay. And these are the dynamic modules, as you can see, inspection, O&M, instrumentation. I will share the screenshots only now. This is the dashboard of the portal where you can monitor things. This is the related to inspection carried out during the year. Further, this is related to the category of dam. Category means category dam are riskier dam which require immediate rehabilitation. So there is this is 2025 pre-monsoon inspection of Karnataka. Further, this is the distribution age-wise, height-wise. This is the emergency action plan prepared in Karnataka till date and O&M manual received. So this is the dashboard of Dharma. Further, these are the salient feature we are capturing. I am giving this look and feel of the portal and the data we are capturing here. So this is the component of a dam which are to be mapped for each dam. So this is a Krishnaraj KRS dam and we have mapped the component. This is responsibility of the state government and they are responding very well. All DSUs are well trained and they are carrying out this process very efficiently. Further, these are the new features for dam. This is the inspection report. This is around 30-page inspection. I have taken a screenshot of one last page only. So we are receiving 13,000 inspection report in a year in this portal. That means 6,500 pre-monsoon and 6,500 post-monsoon. And these all are inspection validated by the SDSO. So these are emergency action plan and early warning system are also details regarding this of every dam is being captured in this portal. This is O&M manual that we are capturing detail of. Instrumentation detail or we are capturing how many instrument installed, their type, whether they are working or not. Yes. Okay. These are document incident failure. Now we are developing mobile app regarding this also. This is the look and feel of mobile app. It will be launched soon. Future, we are planning to develop smart Dharma that will integrate AI, ML, real-time integration, automated alerts in case of emergency. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. To take us through next session, we have our next presenter, Shri Suresh Tonte, is currently serving as Assistant Executive Engineer in the Irrigation and CAD Department, Government of Telangana since 2016. He specializes in dam engineering, dam health monitoring, risk assessment, flood analysis, and water resource management. His dissertation focused on integrated dam health monitoring through risk assessment. He has also awarded as Best Engineer of the Year 2022, 23 and 25 by the Irrigation and CAD Department, Government of Telangana. He has developed an IoT-enabled user interface UI for integrated dam health assessment DHMI tool focusing on smart dam monitoring system. So let's put your hands together to welcome Shri Suresh Tonte.
Good afternoon, respected Chair, sir, Professor Anantarama Samiswar, Department, HOD, ICED, and Co-Chair, Dr. Selva Balan, sir, Additional Director, CWPRS Pune, and Session in Charge, Ashish Kumar, sir, Director, Instrumentation, CWC, and esteemed dignitaries of the dais. Today, I would like to present the work is carried out in IISc under the esteemed guidance of professors of IISc. The topic is integrated dam health monitoring through risk assessment. The whole presentation is structured into 8 logical sections. First, I am going to give a brief introduction and the problem statement, why I have chosen this and how the best we can improve. For that, I have gone through the preliminary investigation and comprehensive investigation also. Then I have done the numerical analysis, seismic hazard, hydrological studies, and finally, I have developed the dam health monitoring index tool that is going to be enhance the traditional the risk assessment tool what we are following, the rapid risk screening of dams that is developed by the CWC. So as we know, the dams are lifeline structures of the world, but they are going to be face a large number of problems over age. If you see this, around 21% of the large dams in India or in the world is crossing about to cross the 50% of the 50 years of age by the 2025, and it's going to be 83% by the 2050. Each clearly indicates that the aging will be going to be a big problem for us as a dam engineers. We have to see, because of the aging will introduce the more number of hidden problems that we have to address in the early stage to detect the failure. So for that, there is one risk screening tool as developed by the CWC. The risk screening tool is giving a preliminary screening, which is like more or less a visual inspection or document based only, which is not depicting the any field experimental or hidden geophysical or geotechnical studies or any foundation related studies. Whatever the shortfalls are there in the current procedure, we are like intended to develop in detailed tool that address the shortfalls of the current procedure. So for that, we came up with the two objectives. First is developing an integrated concept to arrive the risk of present condition. The second concept is to integrate that tool with the help of this fuzzy logic and other analytical hierarchy process into the rapid risk screen and Dharma portal. Like just now our deputy directors are told, Dharma portal is evaluating rapidly, so we would like to incorporate this detailed risk assessment tool along with the Dharma portal to capture the realistic health condition of the dam. So for that, I have developed a detailed methodology that will address all the corners of the dam. So if you see this, data collection and technical field inspection is the present scope of the CWC while evaluating the risk. So for that, addressing of the shortfalls, we have added the seismic analysis, geotechnical, geophysical, structural, hydrological and other general investigation into the traditional procedure. That whatever the parameter that will get through all this kind of investigation, I will incorporate into the numerical model. So indirectly, you are getting the dam specific parameters to reflect the original condition of the dam. So whatever the parameters that you will get from geotechnical, geophysical or various studies, that you will put it in the fuzzy logic. The fuzzy logic concept will plays a crucial role to address the uncertainty in the risk screening tool. As present risk screening tool is like a more or less either 0 or 1 concept. So that extra edge of gradual increasing is not captured in the traditional procedure. So we would like to address that uncertainty into the picture. We have introduced the fuzzy logic into the concept. So whatever the analytical hierarchy procedure, the total score of 2,50,000, 250 into 250, the fragility index multiplied by the hazard classification, we have adapted the same, because of when we are introducing the new tool, it should be able to implement it, it should be well versed with the current procedure, so that it easily can be implemented. And moreover, the tool is developed by the CWC is consulted the various renowned persons across the globe. So in order to address and on par with the CWC, we have adapted the same scoring system, and that scoring system, how we developed, how we done the work, let's going to see. So for that, as I told, in the preliminary inspection, what we are doing in our day-to-day schedule, we are visiting the dam sites, we are identifying the various distressed conditions, and we are, based on the documentation availability at the offices, we are arriving at some risk score. In order to address the hidden problems, whatever the dam is facing, we have gone for the detailed geotechnical or geophysical investigation. So for that, we have chosen a 4 borehole location and 4 borehole strategic locations and geophysical locations that reflects the oral health condition of the dam. Moreover, we have adapted the multi-method geophysical studies that is going to address the major concerns. So first we have conducted the geotechnical test, like a borehole test, SPT test along with the HEMA equipment developed by the IASC that gives a more accurate, realistic data, and we collected the disturbed and undisturbed sample, and we conducted all kind of experiment in the lab. We arrived at all the dam specific parameters, engineering as well as the technical parameters. Next, with the help of this SPT test, borehole test, somehow we can conclude that there is a weak layers in the various depths of 4 boreholes. I have marked with the red color. And next we have done this MASW test also. MASW test is helped us to check how this VS profile is varies along with the depth. Moreover, there is a relationship formulas are there to get the elastic properties of the soil. Whatever the geotechnical as well as geophysical related parameters, we incorporate into the numerical model to analyze in various scenarios. So this is the like MASW VS profile, and those are the empirical formulas, and what are the parameters that we got have displayed over there. Next we have done the seismometer also to check the dynamic behavior and how the fundamental frequency and natural frequency at the dam site, and we have done the ERT test also to check the seepage and the waste saturated zones in that. So we have like concluded that there is a massive seepage is observed. We are able to see through the eye also, but we have confirmed the same with the geophysical. That is the beauty of the conducting of the more geophysical experiments. And one more example, this is GPR test also we performed to find out the anomalies. We didn't get much challenging results. However, we are like concluded there is a small patches of whites are present below the road surface. And this is one beautiful example for this conducting of this geotechnical and geophysical studies. At the depth of 5 meters, the SPDN value is 7. The soil, the VS value is 273, soil is in the loose condition, and the moreover ERT value is also less, which indicates that it's susceptible for seeping or pipage action is going to be happen. So this kind of integrated study will help us to understand the hidden behavior of the dam. Moreover, there is a NYF section, so we can observe the seepage coming out from the dam, and that's what we traced out in the ERT as well as MASW test also. Moreover, whatever the seismometer test we have performed, the fundamental frequency value of the dam site is around 11 and the natural frequency at the dam site is 10. So there is a possibility of seismic resonance, or the possibility of resonance is going to be happening if a small earthquake occurs. So which gives a more detailed clarity about our dam, the conducting of the geotechnical and geophysical. Moreover, we can conclude that what are the problems are available in the 4 borehole location. We have traced out the few problems, and we are able to conclude some the points from the geotechnical and geophysical. So whatever the parameters that I got from geotechnical, geophysical, I have incorporated into the numerical modeling. So in the numerical modeling, we can analyze for various scenarios. A dam may encounter the sudden drawdown or initial filling problem, or any kind of problem that we can analyze in the numerical as a various case studies. So in this, we are able to see first in that geometry also, like means in that numerical analysis, first I have taken the geometry into the consideration. As the dam is around 63 years of age, so the section got deteriorated. The section is not as per the design standards. So in order to address, that section into the consideration, we have taken the current section and we have incorporated all the parameters. We got the results. The factor of safety has drastically come down. Moreover, there is a pressure relief wells, around 80 pressure relief wells within the 200 meters length. Those pressure relief wells are functioning or not, we have to check. For that, we have conducted the ERT in the 3 locations on the top crust and the berm 2 locations. There is a clear-cut seepage is observed in the 3 locations, and those are coinciding perfectly with the chainage. It's clearly depicting that there is a huge seepage is coming out. And moreover, in order to address whether the relief wells are all are functioning or not, we have done this numerical studies. In that we conclude that relief wells are not working up to the mark. In order to address the dynamic or like seismic aspect into the consideration, as the dam is like a whole structure, not only geotechnical, geophysical, you have to see the seismic perspective also. Even the Telangana is in seismic zone 2, there is a frequent earthquakes are occurred. In order to address that earthquake related aspect into the consideration for oral risk, we have done the DSHA studies using the rupture based method, and the conclusion, due to time constraint, I will tell the conclusion. The PGA value we got is 0.25, but actual PGA value as per the IS code is 0.15 only. So it's clearly depicting that there is a huge necessity to reevaluate the seismic aspect also before like calculating the actual risk. So coming to the hydrological perspective, even though from upstream and downstream side, the dam is designed for 4 lakh cusecs, we cannot send within the stipulated time. So for that, we have done reservoir routing also. We concluded that 0.42% of free bodies insufficient. LULs also done because of upstream studies Hyderabad, and that rapid development of Hyderabad city around 241% of variation in the LULC. It clearly shows that around 20% of time of concentration got reduced. and upstream side 2 reservoirs are 100 years old, it's clearly throwing an additional risk to the dam, because of if those 2 dam breaches, cascading effect will be there. So we studied the cascading dam break analysis also in ECRAS. We got around 4,100 population at risk in the cascading scenario, which is clearly throwing that there is a huge risk from all corners. Yes, sir. So with this all like a detailed study from the geotechnical, geophysical, hydrological and seismic perspective, I have drawn some conclusions, what are the problems, what are the possible risks associated with this dam. So I have drawn the conclusion and I have developed this risk tool, which is clearly defeat the original condition as the in situ parameters are using, and moreover fuzzy logic is also using. This tool is going to be help us to get the more accurate results. For that I have done this is the conclusion, sir. For that I have done this risk assessment, whatever the CWC is doing, dam health, whatever the rapid risk screening, I got 6%, with the field exercises and all around 14%. But if you use the dam health monitoring next tool with fuzzy logic concept, I got 23%, which is clearly depicting that it's reflecting the original scenario or original dam. Because of, as a policy makers, whichever the dam through the visual inspection and this detailed inspection, without detailed inspection, you are assigning the more funds or more that energy towards the dam only. If you are able to assess the health condition of the dam exactly, you can able to spend your money in the correct dam, so that rehabilitation or the motto of CWC will get fulfilled. So this is what I've done under the esteemed guidance of professors of IISc. Thank you so much.
Advanced analytics into dam and critical infrastructure monitoring. With Nirikshan's technology actively deployed across more than 120 assets worldwide, including India, he is passionate about redefining traditional inspection into digital, automated, data-driven, scalable, and future-ready monitoring ecosystems that strengthen infrastructure resilience. So let us invite Shri Tushar Gupta on the stage for the next presentation. Give a big hand.
Thank you so much. It is needless to mention the importance of dams and the data. We were listening a lot about these two things from last 2 days. But we also have to see how difficult is the job for the engineers to take some decisions without proper data. So good afternoon, all of you. I am Tushar, representing Nirikshan. We with a mission to make infrastructure safer and to make our engineers' job a little easy. So we all know the challenges which are there in the industry. Dams are aging, no proper record of data, which is impacting in rising maintenance cost, and of course the workforce limitation. If you see, all these challenges are interlinked. Aging dams, no proper data, we have to make decisions without data, so that costs us a lot. And of course, to get all the dams inspected, like we have so many dams in India and we want to inspect all the dams, we have a very limited workforce. So that's where data showcases its important. We also heard about from ma'am, she was talking about data is gold. Of course data is gold, but I would add a little bit to that if it can bring some value to you and if you know how to use that data. So then only it will be meaningful and useful. So Basically, what we do at Nirixon, we are the company doing digital condition assessment, and we map all the defects which are there on the dams, spillways automatedly. We fly drones and we collect high resolution images. So up to 1 mm per pixel size. We are not talking about centimeter lengths. So this is the workflow. We collect 3 different data layers. One is optical that you can see. We fly drone close to the surface. Another we capture thermal layer. And the third one is NDT testing. It is similar to the rebar sounding hammer test. And we have this drone and our proprietary payload mounted on this drone. It is consistently tapping the surface, collecting acoustic signatures, which tells about the delamination or the material loss inside the surface that is not visible. Even we have this small rover for the spillways. We can just drive this rover over the surface and collect acoustic data. Now, these are some of the good-looking models that we have prepared till now. We are monitoring 120 assets globally, working in more than 12 countries. These are some of the examples I would like to show you. These are high-resolution models we have done, like arc dam, buttress dam, even earthen rock-filled dams as well. So these are nice, good-looking models. Now we have these models, but what to do with these models unless until they are interactive, telling us about something. So here I would like to show you a video which is about auto specs. So I hope that will give you further clarity on this. So basically, I can help you understand what is happening over here. Just like what I talked about, we gathered 3 different layers. This is our software auto specs, and you can see on the left-hand side, all the defect categories are coming. And we also do have subcategories. So like their sizes, we can categorize cracks, spalls, fluorescent vegetation, and delamination on the basis of area and length, width. Now, we also have a functionality in the software. If we just draw a line on a crack, we can even map the crack depth. So more time, I would like to take you to this video. So basically, now we have good looking 3D model. We have automated all the defects. What will happen after 2 years, 3 years, or maybe 5 years? Now this software also provides that functionality to sync and compare both the studies put together, which is really helpful for the engineers. Because right now all the data is in scattered form and it is very difficult to bring everything on the table and just compare. This is very simple. This is automated. Everything is getting showcased in itself, and we just need to identify, okay, which are the areas, so that our time, a lot of time can be saved and we can focus on the real problems, like doing some measures for repair and rehabilitation if required on the assets. So here again, it is showcasing the defects which has grown over the period, and accordingly we can identify a lot of things with the help of this software. We can download the PDF reports which are very helpful. Here is the example where the crack has been increased over the period of time. This is example of spalling. So several examples are there in this video. It's just to give you the idea how data can be helpful when it gets recorded and it gets user friendly. Because like to use data, we need like intelligent people, but we know it is not always with everybody. Everyone has their different intellect level, so better if we can make it generalized so that everybody can understand what is happening and use the data. That's our vision, to make the infrastructure safer. So now we have the data. Now how we can use that data? Firstly, when we scan, we establish a baseline of a structure, which is helpful to track the deterioration over the period of time and make the decisions data driven. Evaluate maintenance performance. If we have carried out any maintenance, we can evaluate how it is performing. Maybe the repair work is proper, not proper, material is proper, not proper. Monitor deterioration trends. Of course, we can we can compare the results, we can monitor the trends. Last but not the least, it provides the quantified repair quantities, which is very useful for the BOQs when government floats tender for the repair rehab work. Now they have repair quantities in front of them, and they can cut short the budgets. So basically, all of this is this is a basically degradation curve, and all of this is we are aiming to do is to reduce this curve to some level, because at times when maintenance is not proper, the inspections are not proper, we tend to lose a lot of money in ad hoc expenses or unwanted expenses. Just to make sure that everything gets done in a standardized form. So we have come up with the solution, and with this we are able to focus on the areas which are of utmost important and focus on that repair, that simple, and the rest we can leave for the next. Thank you so much. So thanks a lot, all of you. To conclude my presentation, I would like to say that it's a fun fact. So basically I was going through the DAM. It's a 3-letter word, but DAM in itself also says digital and automated monitoring. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next up for the presentation, I now invite Shri Handgaukar Mohammad Awais, is serving as Scientist B at CWPRS, Pune. He plays a key role in e-governance implementation under the Ministry of Jal Shakti, Government of India, coordinating with the National Informatics Center. He contributes to digital initiatives in water resources and coastal engineering studies, and supports planning and execution of government mandated digital transformation projects. His expertise includes e-governance systems implementation, software development, Python and Java, automation of engineering workflows, big data technologies, scientific software development and data analytics. He has published 3 research papers and is focused on advancing digital transformation in engineering and research public application. So let us welcome Mohammad Awais onto the stage.
Thank you for the introduction. Good afternoon, respected chair and co-chair, all the distinguished delegates and my colleagues. First of all, I would like to thank ICDS and CWC for giving me the opportunity to present my paper and work here on this prestigious stage. So let's start. So the acknowledgements goes to the organizing committee, the director CWPRS for allowing me here, and Dr. Shamlal Mondal, who is associate professor in DIAT and nerve systems from Poland. So my topic is IoT-enabled fiber optic sensor system for dam health monitoring. So we all know that since yesterday we are hearing that in India we are having around 6,500 dams, and almost around 40 to 50% are more than 40 years old. And now the time has come, so we have to monitor the dams intelligently, and we need the data from the dams so that we can better monitor the structural health of that particular dam. So we are proposing a low-cost distributed sensing approach for early warning and disaster resilience. So this work proposes a practical enhancement to existing dam instrumentation using fiber optics and IoT. So like here, so we will see it in detail how we are what we are proposing. But for earthen dam and concrete dam, we are proposing the use of fiber optic cable to detect and to detect all different parameters and to get the readings instead of the traditional instruments. So internal dam behavior is not fully visible with point-based measurements. Now what we are doing is we are using piezometers, we are using strain gauges, and we are putting it inside the foundation or the structures, and then we are trying to get the readings. So instead of the relying on those traditional instruments, we will be using the traditional instruments. Along with this, we are proposing the use of fiber optic cable. So NDSA requires all dams to be monitored through drip support. So the mostly the dams failures occurs from internally, and by the time we realize that the seepage has occurred or the crack has been obtained, so the time has already gone. So we are actually working on the reactive approach. We are taking the reactive approach. So here we are proposing the proactive approach. Before the before optically vision or before physically inspection of the dam, we are proposing the use of fiber optic cable so it can measure and get the readings beforehand. So early detection will which may avoid the prevention of that particular damage, and as I said, we are using the proactive approach. So by the time seepage is visible, the problem has already progressed. So currently what we are using piezometers, we are using strain gauges, we are using thermometers, we are doing visual inspections through audit, and I am from CWPRS, which is 106 years old research organization. So our office does the physical surveys and all to inspect the dam, and we conduct the audit, we do the audit and submit the structural health monitoring report. So the key limitations what we observed is piezometers are point based. So wherever we are putting the piezometers, they are from that for that particular location only we are getting the readings. We are not getting the data from other. So the dam wall is around 2 kilometer, 1 kilometer, depends on the site. So we are not getting the exact readings of whole body. Strain gauges is also limited coverage and requires limited calibration. Thermometers are sparse. Wherever we put the thermometer for that location only we are able to get the temperatures. So the limitation is basically discrete points, no distributed internal picture is there, and manual and periodic. And it takes a lot of money also for periodic inspection every time. So we are instrumenting a large dams with very few sensing points. So why this is useful? So what we are proposing is the use of fiber optic cable. So fiber optic cable is like a thin hair. It's a very thin cable, and with that, inside that cable we are using the light, and light will give us the readings. So light will speed of the light, we are transferring the data, we will be passing the signals, and then the signals will get converted to zeros and ones, and then it will give us the readings. So this I have already covered. So now in this technology is not new. This particular technology is being used in other different countries for many years. We will see the applications later. So in USA, Europe, they have already installed the fiber optic cable in their dams and tunnels and embankments. And we are proposing here the use of fiber optic cable for seepage detection, stress monitoring. So internationally, fiber optic sensing is becoming a standard complement to conventional instruments, and it is already recognized by ICOLD as well. Many research papers are there in ICOLD where they have recognized the use of fiber optic cable along with the traditional instruments. So bare fiber optic mesh is embedded as a mesh or grid. So along the dam body we are using the fiber optic cable and putting it as a mesh. And for getting the data, we have used Raspberry Pi and Arduino Pi, and then through IoT-based sensor, we are sending the data to the server. So we are measuring the strain, structural stress via strain and seepage related thermal anomalies. So we have in CWPRS we have developed a model, and in that particular model we have demonstrated by putting the weight on the particular model and how much weight we are putting in, and the readings that we get from the fiber optics, and also the seepage related element. So we have put the water, so by the water and the how much seepage is getting transversed to the lower or the base of the foundation of the dam, that we have calculated. Okay. So fiber laid across the polystable. Okay. How does the fiber sense? So stress we are measuring through microbending. Seepage we are using the temperature change mechanism. The main elements are formed, basically the type, these are the basics of fiber optic. So the fiber is made up of core and cladding and coating. We need to use the interrogator. Interrogator is nothing but a light source which emits the light, and then it reads the returned signal, reflected signal. So basically fiber optic cable works on total internal reflection. So these are the types of fiber optic sensor: localized fiber optic sensor and distributed fiber optic sensors. If we go with the localized fiber optic sensors, so in that it will just go sense the particular, for that particular location only it will give us the value, and for that particular location. But if we go with the distributed fiber optic sensor, the whole cable will work as a sensor. So these are the basics. Distributed fiber optic sensor, as I said, the whole medium will work as a the sensor. So there are different types of scattering principles: Rayleigh scattering, Brillouin scattering, Raman scattering. Then the particular scattering mechanism depends on what types of parameters we are going to measure. So this is the particular the photo of the model that we have developed at CWPRS, and we have installed the fiber optic cable. We have connected with the interrogator system, and then we tried to measure the different parameters like stress and strain and the temperature. So it's a proven reliability, will work in poor GSM, GPRS network also. So through the IoT based system, we will be using LoRa or software defined radio. So it will send the data to the nearest server, and from that local server, we can get the dashboards on the mobile. So this is the particular strain, and this particular is the nanometer. So 980 nanometer, we have used it to produce the light. Okay, sir. So these are the results. So we have measured the stress and temperature. Practical benefits are continuous monitoring, early warning alerts, reduced dependency. The strength, this strengthens the current dam safety practices. And instead of using this particular so many number of cables, the fiber optic cable can also be used to transfer the data from galleries to the nearest data center. So fiber optic sensing enables distributed internal monitoring proven through lab validation. Fiber optic cable can also be used for data transmission instead of existing cables, complements existing dam instruments, and of course it is very cost effective and scalable. So as these are different applications internationally. So in Canada, Dixon Dam, they have installed the fiber optic cable. In Japan, in Brazil also, Itapia Dam. So this particular dam is actually a boundary between the two countries. So they are using the fiber optic cable, and inside that fiber optic cable, that particular fiber optic cable is also used as a data transmission between the two countries. So for internet connectivity also, they are using the underground fiber optic cable only. And one more example is from the Switzerland. So in the penstock, they have installed the fiber optics, and using the fiber optics data, they are measuring the cracks in the penstock. So that's it. So we are proposing the from periodic inspection to continuous intelligence. That's the key. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now invite our co-chair, Dr. Selva Balan, to conclude the session.
Good afternoon. Respected Chair, Professor from IIC, Head of the Department, all Director CSMRS and all friends. I am honored to give the summary of all the presentations. So we have, this is a very, very innovative section. Probably all, I could see a synergy and connectivity in the presentation. First presentation is from Ms. Shanbagha Devi, Tamil Nadu Water Resources Department. I mean, she has, presented a very, innovative system where 17 dams across Tamil Nadu connected to a central server, and they could able to give a centralized monitoring at Chennai and giving yearly remedial measures, which is a welcome move. I think every state has to follow this style. And followed by, we have the second presentation from NDSA, Mr. Narendra Kumar Meena, who has explained about the most, hot topic of Dharma portal and its feature. So I was like seeing a synergy between this. Now Tamil Nadu has made some data collection tool, and Dharma is another tool. Probably that has to get connected to Dharma, so that maybe Dharma has to talk to that, or that has to pump in the data. So there will be a to NDSA to take over a decision. So very interesting, well connected. And the fourth presentation from Mr. Tushar Gupta, Nerickson, much needed, 6,500 dams. Before 2026 December, we have to give a CDSE. I think only this technology is going to help us, but I don't know how you are going to place it in the financial terms. Let's see that, but that's going to be the way forward. Like, you have really opened good terminology, so I think we need to work closely. And we have, most interesting presentation from Awais from CWPRS, bringing in a new technology where India is yet to venture into. But then I am aware that NDSA has already awarded a work for Chhattisgarh, one under construction new dam, where fiber optics is going to be the sensor for all the parameters, which is under review stage. So I think we have covered most of the technology aspects, even including AI, fuzzy. I don't know what all the jargons, whatever we are hearing, everything has been spelled out here. So hopefully this is going to be a way forward to really go ahead with the comprehensive dam safety evaluation in right time. So I really congratulate all the participants for the very informative and much needed topic at this time. And thank you one and all, and thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. It's now a time for the memento presentation. I now invite Dr. R. Chitra, Director CSMRS, to kindly come forward to present the memento to our delegates. Give a big hand. I now invite our chair, Professor Anant Ramaswamy, to kindly come forward to receive the memento as a token of our sincere appreciation. Give a big hand. Next up, I invite our presenters. The first one is S. Shanbagha Devi. With a big round of applause, I welcome her onto the stage. To receive a token of appreciation from us. The next, Shri Narendra Kumar Meena, to come onto the stage. Give a huge round of applause. Shri Suresh Tonte to please come onto the stage to receive the moment. Our presenter, Hen Gaukar Mohammed.